o'clock orientation has not yet begun. It is simply because I'm waiting for members to show up, because the information I want to pass along is information that the members should be here to absorb. So we're going to wait until we get a little bit better attendance. That means our first public hearing will probably be delayed, but such is life. It's the beginning of a new session year, so it's always a bit of a rocky start. We'll get started as soon as we can. Representative Wendy Thomas is here, so now we can start. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the initial meeting of the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee for 2024. As is our custom, we will begin our meeting this morning by all rising and joining Representatives Thomas, both of them, in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And happy birthday.
So our first order of business is to all issue a hearty happy birthday wish to Representative Wendy Thomas. Happy birthday. All right, so what are we doing today? For the next few minutes, we're going to have a brief orientation just to get everybody back up and running and on the same page about what we're doing. And then starting in 10 or 15 minutes or so, we're going to open a public hearing on House Bill 1047, We'll also have public hearings later today on House Bill 1230, House Bill 1289, House Bill 1499, and House Bill 1398. That will complete our work for today. We'll be back here tomorrow where we will hear two more bills, public hearings beginning at 9 o'clock. After those public hearings are completed, we will have a work session on the bills that we heard today, during today's public hearings. And then at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we will have an executive session on the 5 bills that we will be hearing this morning or today. So that is our plan for the next couple of days. We have 20 bills assigned to our committee this year. Representative Doug Thomas and I have worked out a tentative schedule that sees us complete our work on all of these bills in early February. 5 of the 20 bills are early bills that must be done by the 15th of February anyway, but it is our hope that we can get the majority of these bills done by early February, not just the early bills. Why do we want to push them through so quickly? The House Speaker has determined that it is in the best interest of the House for all of us to meet as often as we can on Thursdays this session year, rather than stacking up hundreds of bills to be dealt with in 3 marathon House sessions in the middle of March. The House Speaker would like to have regular Thursday sessions, either all-day sessions or possibly even half-day sessions, with afternoon sessions on a Thursday afternoon that would leave time for committee work on a Thursday morning. Well, the only way that's going to happen is if those of us who serve on policy committees crank out bills so that they can be brought to the House floor on a weekly basis. So we're going to do our part. We're going to try to get through our bills and get them to the House floor promptly so that the Speaker can hold these weekly House sessions and we don't have to go through this business of marathon sessions in the middle of March. I don't know how many of you are aware of it, but I've been here this is my 10th year in the legislature, and we've had a couple of marches where we were in Reps Hall until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And that was not fun, nor was it conducive to creating and passing good policy.
We also changed the clocks, if you remember, we stopped the clock.
Yes, we had to stop the clock because midnight was a deadline and we weren't done. So we stopped the clock and kept going until 4 o'clock in the morning. So we're trying to avoid that kind of situation for this coming year. And as all of you are no doubt aware by now, we have something like 815 bills that have been submitted this year. So it's a heavy workload. We were lucky we only got 20, but we have to do our part to help the rest of the House get through this heavy workload of 800 bills. And so we will crank ours out as quickly as we can. Representative Harrington, remember, you have to ask for permission to speak.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Are you going to share the schedule you and Doug worked out so we'll know in advance so we can plan?
Well, it's not completely worked out, but yes, we will share it as soon as it's finished.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that is our plan going forward for 2024. A couple of other announcements that you should be aware of. In the office, just off to our left here, there is a stack of copies of the 10-year state energy strategy. You are welcome to take a copy if you don't already have one. Question? Representative Notter.
When was that put together? Is it new or is it 10 years from 8 years ago or?
I think it's the 2021 version. Yes, 2021 version.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so 10-year energy strategy. copies are there. Each of you has received a folder that contains bills for the coming year. It is unfortunately not complete. There were 3 bills that OLS, or not OLS, but House Administrative Services has not had a chance to finish printing yet. So there are 3 bills that are assigned to us that are not yet copied and in your folder. I think it's 1700, 1697, and 1627, I believe, are the 3 that didn't make it. But anyway, this is the only copy of the bills that you are going to receive this year. So I urge each of you to take good care of these copies. Consider potentially getting a 3-ring binder and putting all your bills in the 3-ring binder, if you haven't already done so. And take good care of these copies of the bills, because these are the only ones you're going to get. Of course, you can print your own copy, but whenever you want. But as far as House Committee Services is concerned, this is the only copy you're going to get for this year. So next, I want to remind everybody, since we're about to embark on public hearings, I want to remind everybody about the rules of etiquette for public hearings. First of all, during a committee session, if you want to speak, you have to be recognized by the chair. Several times last year, we had people just spontaneously speak, and that interrupts the flow of activity for the committee and can be confusing to people who are watching at home. So please, if you want to speak, raise your hand, raise it high so you can catch my attention, and I will recognize you to speak. But you have to wait until you're recognized to speak to avoid collisions and chaos and clutter. So please keep that in mind. Now, public hearings are here for us on the committee to understand the bills being presented to us. It is our job, therefore, to ask questions of the people who are describing the bill. We're not here to debate the bill amongst ourselves or with the people who are explaining it to us. We are simply here to ask questions and gather information. Now, if you have a question to ask, you raise your hand, I'll recognize you, and you can ask the question. I will permit one follow-up question. Only one. If, after everyone else on the committee who wants to ask a question has asked a question, and you want to ask a second question, I will permit it. But in your first round of questioning, I'll only allow 2 questions. And I urge you all to remember that we treat everybody here equally. We treat people with respect. We maintain house decorum at all times. And if we have any difficulty with someone who's presenting information or somebody who's sitting in the back watching the display of information, we will call a break to deal with an unruly situation if it should develop. And we might even involve House security officials if it's necessary. Hopefully that won't be necessary. We've been pretty lucky up to this point. So is everybody clear now on how we're going to conduct our public hearings? Anybody have any questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy New Year. The question that I have is around amendments. Last year, we had someone come to present a bill where they brought along an amendment that had been made since the inception of the bill, and they were prohibited from presenting that amendment. But I have seen even members of this committee go to second committee and bring an amendment along with the bill and present it at that time. So I wanted to ask how we are going to be handling amendments, since they're kind of our bread and butter, that people often find something wrong with the bill before they bring it to the committee.
Excellent question. So the way you handle that situation is during public testimony on the bill, it is proper to discuss changes that you intend to make to the bill via an amendment. It is not proper to submit the amendment. The amendment can only be submitted during executive session, but you can discuss during testimony the changes you plan to make. And to give you a good example, this afternoon when I introduce House Bill 1398, I'm going to discuss a couple of changes that I plan to make to the bill before, with an amendment before it goes forward. Now, we're execing that bill tomorrow, so my amendment will be ready tomorrow. Yes, follow up.
Follow-up would be related to that. So will there also be a work session where we will be able to be familiar with the amendment before we have to vote on it?
Yes, that's why I scheduled work sessions before tomorrow's exec session.
Okay, thanks.
Good questions, thank you.
Sure.
Good clarification. Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry if I just got confused. So the work session appears before the executive session. So does that mean that the amendment will be discussed fully before the executive session, or what? I know it can't be formally introduced, but will it be discussed fully?
Yes, amendments can be discussed during a work session if they are available at the time of the work session. Further questions? Okay, seeing none, let's begin our business. And I'm going to formally open a public hearing on House Bill 1047 relative to establishing a committee to study the effectiveness of state outreach to residents without computer access. And I'm going to call on I believe I'm going to call on,
Yeah, Mayor.
oh, so Representative Wendy Thomas will introduce the bill then, correct? Okay. So Representative Wendy Thomas, you're on, and don't forget to turn on the mic.
Is this on or off? Oh, this is on? Okay. All righty. Oop. Okay. All right. So I am Representative Wendy Thomas. I'm not the prime sponsor on this bill, but I am a co-sponsor. Representative Muse is the prime sponsor. This bill is asking to establish a committee to study the impact and effectiveness of communications outreach by the New Hampshire state agencies on economic and healthcare initiatives for residents lacking electronic devices. It is important, well, first of all, it is another study committee bill, right? Why on earth would we need another study committee? Glad you asked. Got 10 reasons, nope, I have 9 reasons why we should have this committee. Number 1, inclusivity and equity. A significant portion of the population may not have access to electronic devices or the internet. By studying the impact of communication outreach on this demographic, the committee can help ensure that information reaches all residents of New Hampshire. Number 2, access to vital information. Economic and healthcare initiatives often involve crucial information that residents need for their well-being. If a portion of the population lacks access to electronic communication channels, a committee can identify gaps and propose alternative methods to disseminate information effectively. 3, policy improvement. The findings of the committee can inform the development or modification of policies related to communication strategies. This can lead to more inclusive and comprehensive approaches that consider the diverse needs and capabilities of the population. Number 4, resource allocation. Understanding the effectiveness of current communication strategies in optimizing resource allocation. The committee can recommend adjustments to ensure that resources are directed towards methods that reach a broader audience, even those without electronic devices. Number 5, public engagement and participation. A committee focused on this can enhance public engagement by creating avenues for those without electronic devices to participate in economic and healthcare initiatives. This ensures that their voices are heard and considered in the decision-making process. 6, healthcare access. Given the importance of healthcare initiatives, ensuring that the information reaches all residents is critical. The committee can identify areas where these communication gaps may impact healthcare access and propose solutions to bridge these gaps. 7, economic impact. Economic initiatives often require public participation and understanding. A lack of access to information for certain segments of the population can hinder their ability to engage in economic opportunities. The committee's findings can guide strategies to mitigate such barriers. 8, and I was mistaken before, this is the last one, public trust and confidence. Effective communication builds trust between citizens and government agencies, ensuring that information is accessible to all, regardless of the technological capabilities, contributes to fostering public trust and confidence in government initiatives. In summary, the committee serves as a proactive measure to assess and enhance the impact of communication strategies, ensuring that economic and healthcare initiatives reach all residents, regardless of their access to electronic devices. This approach aligns with principles of inclusivity, equitable access to information, and effective governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wendy Thomas. Questions from the committee? Representative Stephen Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering if there's any evidence that these agencies are not doing their job of communicating.
I don't think it's a matter of an agency not doing their job. I don't think there's any compiled report that's available anywhere that collates this information.
Further questions, Representative McGee.
Thank you. It's sort of along the same lines. The question always would be, well, my first question would be why a communications bill comes to this committee. But my second question would be around that evidence question of whether there's been difficulty reaching people. I know we all passed an emergency bill when all the electric rates went up, and then we heard reports the following spring that a very small portion had actually been delivered to people, and it may actually be a result of this very thing. So we do have a specific example to the representative's question in our committee for a program that we tried to institute, and it didn't actually get to the people. So how looking at the bill itself, what are the expectations in terms of who is going to participate in this? Is this just going to be a regular committee that's got senators and reps, or how do we propose to solve the problem if we do this study committee?
Right. So based on the bill, and let me go grab it. The committee would be comprised of the standard, the members of the Senate and the House. Those are on lines 7, 8, and 9 in the bill, and actually, and through 10. So because it includes the Senate and the House, there's a certain obligation that people have to come to this committee and provide information if it's requested. So I think it would be people, representatives and senators who have interest in this topic and who have some sort of competence in this topic, knowing which questions to ask.
Follow up?
I'm sorry, I thought I had hit the button. I'm loud to me, so I had no idea. So the question is around the whether or not the expertise will live on any type of subcommittee made up of legislators to figure out who has technology in their homes. Like, I think that would be hard to get at, and I think that's probably why our agencies have had trouble reaching certain people.
And I think that's a fair question or a fair objection. But somebody's got to break through this logjam. You know, the agencies don't have this information. We need this information. We all know that we need the information. Not only do people not have technological devices, but I even know members of the House that have to stand in a corner of their house because that's the only place where they can get to the internet. You know, so we need to be able to identify these people somehow. And this is just taking the bull by the horns and seeing if we can do it ourselves. If we can start the process and the conversation, because it needs to be done.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, and happy birthday. I don't disagree with any of the reasons that you cited for why we should do a better job of making sure that the word is getting out to people. I guess my question is, do we need a study committee to do that, or could we instead ask one of the state agencies, and the two that come to mind are the Department of Information Technology or the Department of Administrative Services, to deliver a report to the legislature on these issues? I just wonder, what added value a study committee made up of 3 representatives and, maybe a senator or 2 will add to the, will aid in, addressing the problems.
I think that's a valid observation, and I actually think that if we could commit to a work study group here in this committee, because the bill's in the committee, that could suffice for this.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So prior to the internet, we communicated by mail, newspaper, and then radio and TV. I am unaware of any other mechanism that one could use outside the internet in order to facilitate communications. And those vehicles would potentially engender public meetings at different times and places where people could show up. Do you have any other ideas that are going to facilitate broader communication? And are you asking this committee to develop those methods, or ask departments of the state to use those methods more often than they do?
Yes.
Guess what?
Yes, I believe this bill is asking agencies to pursue those avenues. And yes, I believe this committee would try to figure out ways to get the information. You're right. We all communicate with the internet. I haven't even turned my TV on in months because I stream everything on my monitor and my computer at home. But a lot of people don't have access to the technology. And our town newspapers are dying left and right. We have no way to sort of reach these people. There are billboards, there are things like that, but nothing is going to reach these people like the internet. So if they don't have access to these electronic devices or the internet, how are we going to reach them? And that's the question that this committee is charged with.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. My question is what is not in the bill? I've read through this a few times, and what I don't see, and what I'm assuming is a long-term goal, and I'm trying to see if you agree with this, is that the goal here is taxpayer-subsidized access to the internet. Is that the goal of this, ultimate goal of this committee?
No.
Now, how would you, can I follow up?
Follow up?
How would you envision that when they do all this study, how is anything going to happen? Where's the money going to come from?
Well, I think that that's part of the responsibility of the committee is to figure out if there's a solution costs money, where the money is coming from.
Well, I think we know where that's coming from.
Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I had no doubt that you're interested in some of this information, and perhaps there are some people out there that don't have the internet, we know. But I'm just curious, have you heard from any of the state agencies that would be supplying this information as to their concern that their information isn't getting out? What surveys or what reports are out there that would indicate that we have an issue with this that needs to be worked on? I'm just curious, was it your assumption from some of your constituents that don't get this information, or where is this assumption coming from that people aren't getting the information that they need? I'm just curious what document or survey out there might be telling us that we need to act on something.
No, I think it's the opposite. I don't think there is a report out there that identifies this, and that's the need that this committee would address.
Follow up.
Follow up?
So my understanding is that because there is no report out there of any issue, we need to look to see if there's one.
No, that's
I'm
not what I
confused.
said. Because there's no report that identifies the extent of this problem, because that does not exist. That's what this committee would try to rectify.
Okay, Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering what the committee might do to avoid selection bias. As we often see, we get a squeaky wheel, which is some small but not representative group that may be essentially the only thing that the committee might hear from.
The responsibilities of this committee are outlined in lines 8 through 26. And so it would not be influenced by any lobbyist or any squeaky wheel, as you put it. This is empirical data. It's collecting numbers of residents, households that don't have electronic devices or that have an issue. Do you have a follow-up?
Follow up?
And the question I'm still trying to ask is, how would we avoid having the people thus identified be unrepresentative of most of the state?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Whatever we do is going to be focused on some small number of people, I would think, and the agencies might, the selection bias is the thing I'm concerned about, is that we won't get a report that reflects the whole of the state, but only a minority that happens to be a squeaky wheel.
Selection bias certainly exists. I just don't see it existing in this committee. I appreciate your concern for it, but this is the entire population. This is not just one small group. This is finding pockets. Yes, of course. So I'm struggling to appreciate the concern that you have. I'm just not sure I'm understanding it correctly.
We have to move on. Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Many of my concerns were answered, and I didn't hear this one. Has any of the public or residents came out, do you have, is there out there a group or a number? Because the U.S. Census of 2022 show that we have 95% return of New Hampshire residents have computer access, internet access, and they own a device. And that's up 1.4% since 2020. I'm just wondering, is there residents out there that came to these agencies that said they did not get information? Thank you.
First of all, that the 95% that you quoted, is that access to a computer or access to a home computer? So are they counting library use or school use for that?
Thank you. That's including computers and smart devices, cell phones.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what was the rest of your question?
How many?
Did somebody come? All right. I wish the prime sponsor were here because he could answer that. I am not the prime sponsor, so nobody came to me. The prime sponsor came to me. I agreed that this was a good idea that needed looking into. So I can't answer that. I don't know.
Representative Noel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, and happy birthday. Is there an implied measure of what the impact and effectiveness that, of how those would be measured, impact and effectiveness would be measured as they develop this?
I think that would be the responsibility of the committee.
The committee would develop.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, Representative McGee has a question.
Mr. Chair, I was going to ask if anyone else is speaking on this bill, because I have a question really of DOE, if somebody else is coming.
Yes, there is one other person signed up to speak. It is not DOE.
Well, I have a question of DOE, if I could.
I will gladly vacate the chair.
Well, before you vacate the chair, I have a couple of questions. So I'll come back to
All right.
Representative McGee's questions after that. My first question for you is, does the Federal Communications Commission Lifeline program provide any of the information that you seek with this study committee?
I don't know, but that's certainly something the committee could look into. And the information could be gathered from there.
Okay. My follow-up question is, on page 2 of the bill, lines 1 through 3, it talks about the committee shall report its findings and recommendations for proposed legislation. But if you go back to page 1, lines 18 through 26, there is no mention anywhere in the committee's duties that it will identify or define legislation. So I'm having difficulty understanding just exactly what the report is supposed to do, is supposed to provide at the end of the process.
That's an excellent observation. And as an ex-tech writer, I would agree that those two pieces don't match. I think it is implied for committees, any study committee, that the end result is some sort of recommendation, whether it's legislatively or agency-wide. But you're right; those two pieces don't specifically match. But I think it's implied of all committees that the end result is a recommendation of some sort.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll let you off the hook. Representative Kennedy has one last question. Go ahead.
I have one last boring question.
Sure.
This is a procedural question, and it probably just shows my ignorance, but the members of the committee from the House and the Senate, it just says appointed. There's nothing about party affiliation. Is that sort of typical, or does that work?
I am not aware of any committee that's formed by party. I think it's only by members. I could be wrong. I don't know. Mr. Chair, can you answer that one?
Well, I do know that when the speaker appoints people to study committees, he does try to balance between Republicans and Democrats to the best of his ability.
I understand that, but it's never written into law, is it?
It is occasionally.
Really?
It is, yes.
Okay, I'll look into that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Representative Wendy Thomas. And now the Department of Energy is going to come forward and answer a question from Representative McGee.
Good morning, committee, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge, State Energy Program Manager at the New Hampshire Department of Energy. First time testifying in 2024, so good to see each of you. Willing to take any questions on this bill, but I just want to note that the department did not intend to testify on this bill. I might not have readily available answers, but more than willing to get back to you later.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Roberge. I appreciate your willingness to come up here and try and help us. My question gets to the question I gave earlier, or the information I provided earlier, and it goes to the question of whether there's a need for the bill, because oftentimes when we have study committees, that's the main thing that we grapple with. And so I wondered if you could provide additional information about the program that was implemented as a result of our emergency funding, because I had read an article in the spring following the passage of that bill to provide emergency relief for people's high electric bills that said that I think under 5% of the money had actually gone out the door. So we put a significant amount of money into that and declared victory and said, we've got money that's going to go out to people, it's going to help. But it didn't get to the people. So I would like you to comment on whether the agency is aware of any difficulty in us maybe reaching intended audiences, because I think that's the essence of this bill.
Sure, and thank you for the question. I don't think I could maybe give a direct answer on that just because, respectfully, I've been completely focused on 2024 legislation. You're asking me to unearth something from last year. But I do know that, there has been some discussion about some uptake in the HB 2023 Emergency Assistance Program. More than willing to follow back up with a lot more specifics on that. But I would just want to note that what was the final version of House Bill 2023 was not what I would submit the department was maybe advocating for, because I think we had initially identified in the initial discussions on that bill is that giving everybody assistance on their bill would be the easiest way, because the way the program came out is that you are asking people who traditionally do not take advantage of assistance programs to now all of a sudden become familiar with those programs and to take advantage of it. Whereas it would have been a lot easier if there was just a simple dollar amount allocated to everybody's bill to bring down that cost a little bit. But I'm more than willing to dig into a little bit more of the specifics regarding the uptake and follow back up via email if that's okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you
that's
for
fine.
that.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Mara Weston. Oh, excuse me. Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Based on what your answer was to Representative McGee here, just one quick question. Does the department have a mechanism to receive feedback on any of its programs or people calling in requesting help, or is it just someone making a phone call?
Sure, and thank you for the question. As I think most members of this committee are aware, we have a wonderful division director by the name of Amanda Noonan, who runs our consumer services division at our department. That division is staffed with a number of folks who kind of manage, I guess you could say, a call center, receive emails, calls from various constituents on a variety of things, disconnections, having difficulty with the Community Action Agency, trouble with their bill. So I would say there is a dedicated team of staff who are regularly involved in providing constituent service to energy consumers in the state.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mara Weston, representing the New England Connectivity and Telecommunications Association. Ms. Weston.
Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Maura Weston. I'm here representing the New England Connectivity and Telecommunications Association.
A little closer to the mic, please. Thank you.
How about that? Better?
Much better.
Okay, great. I represent NECTA, the New England Connectivity and Telecommunications Association. And in New Hampshire, our members include BreezeLine, Charter Communications, and Comcast. And I'm really here this morning to offer our association as a resource if this bill were to move forward. In general, I don't often find myself testifying in support of study committees, but this is one where we think actually there could be good value to constituents. We'd like to be a partner in any of the conversations. And although we would never advocate for taxpayer subsidized access to the internet, as I think Representative Harrington mentioned, we always advocate for awareness, adoption, and leveraging existing programs. And one program, for example, that our members have invested heavily in is the Affordable Connectivity Program. And that program provides discounts to customers who need assistance, both in terms of accessing the service and also accessing equipment. And what we know is that to date, less than 38,000 New Hampshire households have enrolled in this program. And we think that this is one example where entities such as those I represent and the state could partner together to help educate New Hampshire citizens about these types of programs so that if they don't have access or access to the equipment, they would know and understand what is available to them. So we do see benefit in this. We support the effort and would be happy to partner if it moves forward.
Okay, questions from the committee. Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Very simple question. You, excuse me for not remembering the program that you referenced, the less than 38,000 people that had not or had only enrolled, I guess, in it. How do you know that, and what percentage of the overall population does it represent?
So I have written testimony for you, and I'm looking at it, and there's a footnote here that says there is an ACP enrollment and claims tracker that we referenced for that 37,000 plus number. And in New Hampshire, our members serve approximately 485,000 customers. Now, they're not all going to be eligible for these types of programs, but we think that there is a gap, that there are people who may be eligible for these types of low-income programs who are not currently accessing them. And that's just one example of one program. There are many different programs that are offered by different providers, and we see that there are many barriers to access, and we just would want to work to educate folks and get the word out.
Follow up?
Thank you for the follow-up. So just to be clear, and I don't doubt those figures whatsoever, but just to be clear, how do you differentiate between the gap, people in the gap, as they're being in a gap because they don't know about the program, or they don't care to apply for the program, or they just don't think it's worth it for them to apply? How do you differentiate between all of that?
I'm not the expert, so I don't have those answers for you today. But I think if this were to move forward, my clients would certainly want to educate you all more about all the various programs that they have, who is accessing them, and what the criteria are for access to those programs. I know we partner with the schools in some instances, with municipalities in some instances. And so in general, we would want to encourage, any partnership to help get the word out and educate.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my
morning.
question, Ms. Wesson. Thank you for being here. So you are a telecommunications and connectivity company, and you also are unable to necessarily identify all of the people that you need to reach out to. So, it sounds to me as though you're coming to us understanding that this is an issue that would be helped by greater focus. since the state itself has had trouble identifying certain populations, and it sounds like you do too, right? You have something to offer those populations, but you don't have an easy way to reach them. Is that correct?
Correct. So I represent the association, and our members in New Hampshire are the providers. And yes, I mean, we, as I said, partner with school districts, municipalities, any organizations that we can. We go out into the communities to educate about various programs that we offer. And yes, we do perceive that there is a gap. And so we welcome any opportunity to continue that educational process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You said that you don't advocate for taxpayer subsidies, yet it sounds like you are funding various programs. I'm just curious where this funding comes from.
There are various federal programs that we implement, and we also have our own programs funded by our members, Internet Essentials, and again, there's a variety of programs. But our members look to provide service wherever they can provide service and to whomever they can provide service. And we do have many different programs to help achieve those goals of adoption.
Okay. Further questions? Seeing none?
Thank
I
you.
want to thank you, Ms. Weston, for testifying. And now I'll call on Representative Muse from Portsmouth to talk about the bill that he introduced or is the prime sponsor of. Representative Muse, welcome to ST&E.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, and my apologies for being late. We've had an interesting morning on the seacoast. We typically don't get a lot of snow, and this storm, we got more snow than anyone. One of the reasons why I ran for office after 30 years of working in consulting is that I like to solve problems. And when I see problems, one of the things that I try to do is I try to understand them a little bit better, because I think you need to understand a problem before you jump in and try to suggest solutions. I think what this bill is about is better understanding a problem that's hurting our state's reputation and also hurting a lot of lower income people in this state. Many of the people who are eligible for programs like low-income heating assistance, SNAP benefits, as well as Medicaid health care, are low-income people who do not have access to devices like computers and smartphones. Some do. It's inconsistent. Sometimes they may have a device, but they may no longer actually have a carrier that can get information to them. And so one of the things that we continually run into as an issue across agencies in New Hampshire is the entire issue of how do you actually reach these people? And one of the things that we hear a lot from the agencies themselves, and it's not like the agencies themselves aren't working hard, but one of the things that we hear a lot is that essentially they're working hard to get the word out. And when you work for a state agency in New Hampshire, communication is about getting the word out. The unfortunate thing is when that becomes our goal, then putting anything out is a way to address that goal and to solve the problem without actually solving the problem. A lot of times we don't have a measurable goal, and that's why we may be having an issue with Medicaid coverage for children, where 6,500 kids are now off of Medicaid because their parents never responded to an eligibility check request information. Well, why is that? Did the parents just ignore it? Did the parents get the word? How are we doing this? When it comes to SNAP benefits, we actually had to pass a bill a year or so ago, SB 404, because our outreach numbers were so bad. We realized that we had to do something about them, and we actually appropriated $250,000 for an outreach program to increase SNAP outreach. At the time we passed that bill, only about half the people who are eligible for these benefits were actually taking advantage of them. So this is something that is, when I see these stories, it bothers me. And I think probably the one that bothered me more than any, and probably the reason why this bill is in front of this committee, is what happened with low-income energy assistance last year, where we had a $35 million appropriation. And the idea was that this money would actually go to lower income people who just were outside the eligibility guidelines for federal low-income heating assistance. And ultimately, we had about 2% of the people who were eligible taking advantage of the program, and about 2% of that money actually spent on heating relief during a summer that I can tell you, or during a winter that I can tell you from my own personal experience, was probably the single most expensive winter to heat a home that I've had in New Hampshire. And I'm guessing a lot of other people were in the same situation as well. So the response to that was interesting. One of the things that we did was instead of questioning outreach and how we were actually trying to make people aware of this and make it simpler, let's say, for them to take advantage of this particular program. One of the responses was, we should have just given $100 to everybody, because that would have been a lot easier. And so the question that I have is, given all of the different programs that we have that target low-income people, what is it that's so difficult about reaching these folks? How can agencies in New Hampshire begin to work better together? Not only when they have a program to communicate, but in general. Are there things that we can be doing as a state that will help the situation? So for example, one of the things that might help is more awareness of a federal program that actually subsidizes internet carrier charges for low-income people that's available. So there are things out there. There are pieces out there. I think there are fragments of solutions. But what we have consistently in the state is an approach where every agency that has to tackle this kind of a program seems to think it's enough to have a campaign to get the word out, without actually saying, what are the measurable goals that we are trying to achieve, and then driving towards those measurable goals. I worked in consulting for a long time, and one of the ways you sort of mask the people who are trying to take your money for communication versus people who are trying to solve your problem, are the people who are trying to take your money would say, we could spend it on this, we could spend it on that, we can get the word out, right? The people who are actually trying to solve the problem, first of all, are trying to understand the problem better. And then what they're trying to do is, once they believe they understand the problem, they set measurable goals and targets that actually are demonstrations of progress, that they're actually meeting these goals. And with programs like this, I mean, we have a big measurable is how many people are taking advantage of them, what percentage of them is that. But I think one of the things that's important for us to do is to begin working towards achievable goals in areas like this, and to make sure that when we approve programs like this, we have targets, and that those targets are clearly communicated to state agencies. This is one of the things that frustrates me, when I see situations like what happened with low-income heating assistance, is because I don't think it had to be that way. There were things that went wrong from the paper-based application process. There were many things that slowed it down. But given our history of communicating with that type of a population, number one, we should have known better, and number two, I think that there are things that we can do as a legislature to make it to basically improve results in this area. And I think the bottom line is if we're going to spend money on these things, let's make sure we spend it wisely and the people who are targeted to get this kind of help are actually in a position where they can get it. I don't think anybody felt great about what happened to low-income heating assistance last year. And so part of this, and what I would urge you to do, is if there are things in my bill that you don't like, that they're not necessarily aligned with the problem that, as you see it, that needs to be solved, please go ahead and change it. But I think this is work that does need to be done, and it's work that can result, I think, in some point in future legislation or just smarter interaction, smarter bills when we write them, and smarter interactions with the agencies that we support as legislatures. And with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Representative Muse. Questions? Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. I'm glad you were able to get here. You've provided some more insight into this bill than we had previously. I have two questions. The first is, it sounds like this is much more than just trying to ensure computer or internet access to the greatest number of people. Is that correct?
I would say it's a big part of it, and I think part of it is just the way the OLS wrote the analysis of the bill. But yeah, I think it's wider spread. I think the issue is, why do we seem to consistently have issues reaching and getting the kind of numbers that we're looking to get whenever we're talking about some type of a program that impacts low-income people?
Okay.
That's really what I'm trying to get at.
And then my second question was, and I had asked this previously, I think, everything that you've described are certainly things that we should take a look at. I guess I wonder why the need for a study committee. Why couldn't this just be an interagency task force that's directed to provide a report? And I come from that. I base that on the fact that I don't really know what 3 representatives and 3 senators are going to be able to do to add to the discussion.
It could be an interagency task force. The issue is, how do you get one of those assembled? So if we think that one of the solutions to this, or a way to approach it, might be creating an interagency task force after we get the information, I think that's great. The problem that we have now is that we don't have an interagency task force. What we have are a bunch of separate agencies doing their own thing and trying to get the word out all in their own way, and not doing a great job.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very simply, I noticed that there's a target date of November 1st of this year for that report. Given that we don't even know when this committee would be formed, do you feel that that's really enough time to get all the data and then make appropriate recommendations?
Second-year study committees are always a challenge, and one of the biggest challenges that we face is that by, I think, November 3rd or 4th, some of us may still be here and some of us may not be. So I think that's one of the reasons why that deadline, to make sure that we have it so that the next legislature is in a position where they can use this information.
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. My question is, why do we want to do this through the legislature? We've had the example of the fuel assistance program and the 2% uptake. However, perhaps, from my point of view, that was a safety net, and we didn't want people freezing in New Hampshire. In this case, why would the telecommunications companies not try to make potential customers aware of these programs that are available? That basically the money would flow to them. Do we really need to have the legislature involved?
I think one of the reasons to involve the legislature is we're just extremely inconsistent about how we do this. So, for example, in the case of SB 404, we actually approved $250,000 for targeted outreach. I believe that the New Hampshire Food Bank is in charge of that. And then one of the things that they're doing is they're actually working with other food banks across the state to increase awareness of the benefit. They're also doing things on their website as opposed to the state website. So there are basically a lot of good things that are happening there. What I'm not 100% sure of even now is how effective have some of those things been? You know, are they seeing, is outreach actually turning into an uptick in results? Because I think it's important, even when we try to do the right thing, not to just pat ourselves on the back and go away and said, well, we tried to do the right thing, but to kind of go back and to take a look and try to understand it, you know? So we try to do the right thing. Did it actually work? You know, are more people signed up for SNAP benefits? Are we finding that, you know, are there still gaps? You know, who's not signing up for benefits? What do we know about those people? Do we know anything about them? Is there any way we can get more information about them and how we might be able to reach them in a way that we're not doing now? This is the thing, and having worked in this field for a long time, I did a lot of corporate communication work, and every company you work for was different. There were retailers, there were defense contractors, there were computer companies and software companies. They were all very, very different. But one of the things that we found pretty consistently is when it came to lower paid workers, there were a lot of commonalities and a lot of learning experience that you can kind of have across those silos. So I'm thinking, and sort of part of the theory behind this bill is if we look at the way that agencies are doing it now, we can break down some of those silos, encourage the sharing of information, and really just help these programs be more effective, because when we're spending the taxpayers' money, we want to make sure we're spending it effectively and efficiently on the things that we wanted to spend it on in the first place.
All right, thank you, Representative Muse. Glad you made it in today, and I'd really like to move on because we're 15 minutes late for our current, our next public hearing. You absolutely need to ask this question.
It's just a quick one.
All right, a quick question from Representative McGee.
Thank you,
Sure.
Mr. Chair. Yep. We had a question earlier about whether the committee would be focused on sort of a selective solution. And the question that I have is, would you anticipate that that a committee like this or a task force would be looking for categories of populations that maybe need to be dealt with differently, so that when we send something out, we would understand whether there are people who maybe will never have technology access because they've missed the boat and they're older and they're not going to learn and they don't want to use a computer.
Yes.
So I'm just curious whether you think that we might also come up with more of a composite about what kinds of resistance we're dealing with in terms of reaching people.
Yeah, I think that's all part of understanding the problem. So yes, and my hope is that when a committee like this comes together, we actually have a fair number of people in the House who have communication backgrounds. So, you know, keeping an eye on that as we'd be selecting members of the committee, I think would be helpful, just simply because there's a lot of basic information about outreach and targeting and things like that folks like that might already be aware of, and it wouldn't be coming at them the first time. So, and I know Representative McGee, you're one of those folks, and I think we have some others in the room as well. So, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. And I have no more pink cards on this bill, so I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1047. And in spite of the fact that I would like to take a break, we're not going to because we're a little bit late. So I'm going to open a public hearing on House Bill 1230 relative to establishing a committee to examine weatherization initiatives for homes in New Hampshire. And I'm going to call on Representative Chuck Grassi, the prime sponsor of the bill, to introduce this bill to our committee. Welcome to Science, Technology, and Energy.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you
This-
again,
This was my a committee that I served 3 terms on back in the 70s, so when it first started. But thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Representative Chuck Grassi from Rochester, Ward 4. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1230. which deals with weatherization. One of the things I could say right now is that all of the testimony you just heard is relevant to what I have here. I probably don't have to say any more. But I will tell you that have been working with a number of groups over the summer and last spring as well, dealing with energy efficiency and housing, two different topics completely. But one of the things that I found is that there was a large problem with our weatherization program, our energy efficiency programs, that we really weren't getting the outreach that was necessary. Now, I understand that these are done through the CAPS, but one of the major constituencies that we have that tend to not take advantage of this program, as you heard previously, is seniors. There's a large group of seniors that in our state who do not have the technology to go online to get this information, do not understand the application process in many cases, and the application process can be very, very complicated. And what I've done is requested that a committee with only one senator, makes it easier to get them together, and 3 House members that would study this over the summer, and basically intake information from the state and the appropriate CAP agencies on how, what the process is currently and how we can make things better and easier and increase that outreach. I had a personal experience with the New Hampshire Saves program. Went through a situation about 10 years ago where we were replacing the furnace in our house that had failed. Everything was going well, and when the contractors came in, I went online to see what kind of assistance was available. There was assistance available for me that we qualified for, worked with Unitil. They said, oh yes, you qualify for this. And I'm pretty astute as far as computers concerned, and I checked right along all the way. When my contractor finally gave me, and I had checked the week before, and it was still taking applications. On November 1st, unfortunately, my contractor delivered the invoice, and I went online, there was no money available. That cost me $2,800. And the thing is that I think what we need to do as a state and as a committee is to gather this information and take a look at how we can improve the accessibility to these programs, and particularly the weatherization program, so that more people who are in need can take advantage of it. This will not only save those people dollars, but will also save the state in as far as energy efficiency is concerned. As I said, everything that was said before pertains to this bill as well. So I think it's 2 bills that you could put together, and you could probably even have the same study committee with 2 less senators, if I understood you right. And I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Representative Grassi, Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Grassi, for taking my question. I actually work with a community agency based in White River Junction, and we do weatherization for low-income people in the Upper Valley. So I'm certainly in favor of getting more weatherization done. The bill talks about proper weatherization, and I'm wondering, how is that defined?
As you know, Legislative Services was backed up a lot of times when this bill did come out. You basically took what you got out of Legislative Services, and I know that I had one rewrite, and I got it on the last, in fact, I didn't even have it on the last day. We had to sign off without having a final bill in hand. I don't know how you define proper weatherization. I think that that's something that the committee could certainly take a look at and may want to amend it to change the wording on that. But I think that what you're looking at is weatherization that will help save people, that would create a more efficient structure and home for renters and homeowners, and that would save people money all along, because you're not only saving money for the homeowners, you're saving money through our fuel assistance programs as well. And so how you determine proper, I don't know what the word, how you define that.
Follow up?
Thank you for the follow-up. The follow-up is in terms of actually identifying where we need weatherization. Am I correct that you would say that we'd probably be doing it through state agencies and the community action programs? They would be our sources of information?
Well, I think you could also use, yes, but I think you could also use local communities as well, because sometimes building inspectors and tax assessors have that information as well, particularly when you're looking at homes that people live in which may be substandard. And these would things that you could do to help those folks. So if you're aware of an apartment complex or an older home that has been converted that has not been brought up to full energy efficiency standards, that a building inspector may be able to make you aware of that. So I would say that sometimes the city's building inspector or town's building inspector's office would be a place you could also get further information as well.
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. As a hypothetical, I still wonder why we need to be involved as a legislature in this. If I were a weatherization contractor, I'd buy myself an infrared camera, drive around and identify potential customers and let them know that there was aid available. And so, excuse me, I'm just wondering why we would want to do this through the state when an individual contractor has a great incentive to try to identify the properties that need help.
That would be nice, Representative, but it doesn't happen. Most of these contractors are relatively busy as well, so I don't see them going out and creating their own markets, unfortunately.
Additional questions? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. This kind of goes along with the previous legislation that we heard from, and that is that you're talking about a problem where we don't know what we don't know. So would you agree that a large part of the problem is that we don't have a good idea of what the housing stock in New Hampshire is, and this is as much a housing problem as it is a weatherization problem, and so that's the unknown that we need to seek more information about?
Thank you for that question. That's very important. And that's what got me involved in this, is that I was working with a housing group in Stratford County and also a state group that will hopefully be testifying. You've received some testimony from that, written testimony from them as well. And when I was also dealing on the energy side of things, I found that there was a convergence between these two groups, the housing group that I was working with, that we don't know. And that is part of the problem. We don't know. And that the outreach is not working that we currently have, and we need to find a different way to do it. And I'm hoping that, we may not come up with the answer between now and November 1st, but at least we'll start bringing the information together into a central database someplace that somebody may be able to utilize to move forward with this program in the future.
Representative Muntins has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. When you were doing research on this bill, did you reach out to the Department of Energy to see if they have any reports that address some of the items that you've listed as the duties of the committee?
No, I did not reach out to the Department of Energy, but I do work with our local CAP in Stratford County CAP to talk with them about what they're doing. And I found that there were things that were deficient, such as they did not know what the housing stock was and what the opportunities were for them. They just say, they get as many applications as they want, and they fulfill those. Could they handle more work? Sure. Did they want more work? Not necessarily. But the thing is that I found that talking with a lot of clients or people that need the service is that the application process was very difficult. And this is something we need to take a look at as well, that, when you've got particularly seniors who may, as I said before, may not have computer access or may not be aware of, they aren't keeping up their financial records the way they have in the past, but they may be on SNAP, they may be on a few other programs. We need to make things, we need to provide more assistance to them as well. And I think that's something that this committee could find, that is there a way that we can do our outreach better and provide better assistance to people to be able to get more weatherization done within the state of New Hampshire.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, and thank you for taking my question. I am a certified building analyst through the Building Performance Institute. And so one of the things that I learned is that most houses, most buildings, and actually it's not just houses, but businesses, lose between 25 to 35% of their energy costs literally through the roof because of poor insulation. So, I mean, making sure that buildings are insulated is a big deal. That's the best way you can save money for your household or anything. NH Saves does a pretty good job with weatherization information and rebates and things like that. How do you see this committee working with NH Saves? Would it replace NH Saves? Would it link arms with NH Saves? Does it have nothing to do with NH Saves?
Well, no, I don't think it replaces them for sure. And I don't see this committee, I see this committee as basically taking a look at the situation, working with NH Saves to say, how are you identifying your clients? How are you providing more data to them? The problem I had with NH Saves is when I started my project, I had to wait till I got an invoice before I submitted. And when I finally submitted the invoice, the money was gone. If I'd have been able to lock in that promise at the beginning of the project, it would have saved me a lot of problems. That's something we need to take a look at. Are the programs working the way they're supposed to? Are people aware of what the responsibilities are and what they have to do? And then is there assistance to be able to help people along the way?
Thank you.
Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This question is mainly like, I wanted to feel for the overall intent. Is what you're proposing only go so far as informing people that the program is available? And by that, I mean, I know there are people out there, particularly seniors, maybe they might like to have better weatherization, but they don't want people coming into their house, and they don't want people saying, hey, you should have weatherization because you're not doing your part and we must come in your house, but they don't want to. So I want to be sure that the intent of this program would be just to inform that the program is available, and it really doesn't go much farther than that. Is that what your intent is?
Well, I don't, thank you for the question. I don't think it's, I mean, certainly the program doesn't force anybody to have their house inspected. And if people are made aware that the information's, that the funds are available or services available, that's fine. And I think that the study committee in itself would look at beyond that into not just making information available to people, but when we collect data, we also may be able to identify additional resources that are available beyond the weatherization program that will help people with energy efficiencies in their homes, particularly for low income and seniors who do need that help. There's no program, I mean, if you don't want people to come into your house, there's nothing we can force you to do to make us go into your house or to let us in. That, I don't see that as any intent in here whatsoever. Thank you.
Representative McWilliams has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative Grassi. My question is related to two technical issues, just sort of an awareness piece. The first is using high-resolution thermal imaging via GPS and satellite. This is probably more of a Department of Energy than Representative Grassi issue, but I think that the awareness that we do have data and that the state is able to access this data would make a big difference, especially to Representative Wendy Thomas's comment about the roof being the #1 area where residential buildings lose their heat in the wintertime. And so you're basically throwing your money out the roof all winter while you're trying to heat it. And so using satellite analysis of each of these known locations where we have folks who are possibly eligible, and if they knew they were eligible, they might apply for some funds and stop throwing money out of the roof. Using high-resolution thermal imaging could be that data aggregator piece to address some of this information. So I just wanted to put that out there. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Okay, and has your town been using this?
Excuse me?
Has your town been using this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right. And then the second piece to this is how we track our building data in the state of New Hampshire, specifically for residential. We've had conversations in this committee before, and I just want to bring it up again because I think it's relevant to this discussion. We have talked about doing some kind of metrics to analyze when a building is sold. When a residence is sold, if we were to do a blower door test and include that information as part of the MLS listing for the house that's being sold, then there would be data on that building in the marketplace, historical data that shows it was sold in 2022 and it had a blower door test, and this is the data on its performance at that time. So I think that being able to track and having some sort of data that carries with the building helps us do our work better. Is your committee looking at something like that to manage the data?
That wouldn't be outside of its scope. I think it's something that could be, certainly could be involved with that. In my career, I spent 25 years as a town planner, and I was also one of the first people to work on GIS here in the state of New Hampshire. I'm working with the Granite system, and I think that that would be an excellent resource as well to bring that type of information in. I was not aware that places were doing that type of stuff. I hadn't heard of anything. I've been out of the field for more than 10 years now, but certainly that would be a tremendous asset that this committee could look at as bringing in and using as a resource to provide more data to the CAP agencies, who are the on-the-ground people when it comes to weatherization.
Awesome, yeah. So just for your reference.
Thank you, yes.
SpaceX company, Satellite View, is one of the big ones that's doing it now. Thank you. I'm done.
Representative McWilliams, you weren't here at the beginning of our session, but I just reminded everybody that if you want to ask a follow-up question, you do have to be recognized for that.
Thank you.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Grassi, for coming here and presenting us this bill. You sort of mentioned in an offhand way that this bill could fold into the bill that was heard prior, and I'm just curious whether you've just been discussing some specifics that may be very distinct from the outreach-only focus of the first bill. So, to that point, do you think that there actually might be some benefit in the two bills if the committee decided to, in a work session, say, combine them in order to see them go forward? Because we're not going to have a lot of study bills that go forward, I don't think.
And in listening to most of the testimony, because a large part of this is outreach, but there's also the collection of data, and I think, and identification of resources. And I think you're looking at that in both bills. And so I think there's quite a bit of similarity between the two bills, that they could be merged to have one study committee. Even if you had two separate bills come down, it wouldn't have to be, both bills could be sent to the same committee.
Thank you.
Representative Notter has a question.
Thank you. How much are we currently spending per year for weatherization?
I do not have that information.
Following up on Representative Notter's question, on line 20 of the bill, it calls for the study committee to develop a comprehensive set of recommendations and potential legislative proposals to promote and incentivize weatherization efforts in our state. And yet, there is no mention anywhere in the bill about analyzing the affordability and the cost of weatherization efforts. And there's no mention in the bill, as currently written, about performing any kind of cost-benefit analysis of particular programs or weatherization initiatives. How could we move forward without having that vital piece of information?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is one thing that we have to take a bigger look at, I think, because right now we have a weatherization program, and I don't think it's meeting the needs of our citizens. We have a much greater demand out there. It may not be an identified demand, but it is a demand that it's out there. And as we are able to use better technologies, as satellite, infrared, that's going to even create a greater awareness of what is needed out there. Whether it's being efficiently spent. What is the cost benefit of our current program? I don't know if anybody's really identified that. And the thing is that that's something that needs to be taken a look at. And is the weatherization program currently doing its job, and is it efficient? And if it is, there is a greater need, we need to identify that greater need that's out there, find it, and serve it.
So can I interpret from your answer that you would be willing to add to the study committee's charge
Certainly.
a requirement that they do some cost benefit analysis?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a follow-up to the chair's question, don't lines 12 through 17 in the bill get at analyzing the costs and the benefits?
Well, thank you, because actually line 14 does say assessing the economic and environmental benefits of weatherization. And so it does do that. I don't know if if there is a cost benefit analysis, but that does right there say that we need to take a look at the benefits of economic and environmental benefits of the program.
I would argue that the glaring omission from that particular line is that there's no mention of costs. That's what a cost benefit analysis is all about.
Well, I'm not going to I'm not going to get into debate. I think that
But
Mr.
we're not here
Chairman,
to
the
debate
line
this
is there.
subject.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Okay. Seeing no further questions, let's move on. I'd like to call the next person who wants to speak on this bill, and that is Griffin Robarge from the Department of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy, here to testify in a neutral stance on House Bill 1230. Working its way around the room right now is a letter of testimony from the department, and really what it does is it just kind of highlights our department's role in managing the Federal Weatherization Assistance Program, or WAP. The letter provides a brief overview of the Weatherization Assistance Program. Basically, the program is as I mentioned, a federally funded program that helps homeowners and renters by providing funding for energy efficiency measures to reduce home energy consumption. This is a means-tested program and limited to those making less of 60% of state median income. To deploy the program, the department contracts with the 5 community action agencies across the state, CAAs, as I have it in the letter, or community action programs, or CAPS. They operate and deliver the weatherization services at the local level, so they conduct the client outreach, the income verification and enrollment. They work directly with contractors to complete projects in individual homes. Once an applicant is deemed income eligible, an energy auditor will contact the applicant and do a comprehensive energy audit and identify areas of improvement in the home. Typically, the projects are ranked in terms of highest energy cost savings first, and then they go down. So typically, as has been mentioned here, they're largely insulation projects. So air sealing, insulation in the attic, wall insulation, insulation in basements and crawl spaces. Again, I just want to credit the community action agencies. They are very knowledgeable about the program's expectations, and they are dedicated to stretching our WAP funding to the greatest extent possible. They often work quite frequently with New Hampshire Saves, and I believe it's the Home Energy Assistance Program, to supplement WAP funding. And on average, the state of New Hampshire receives about $2 million each year in WAP funding, and obviously this varies year to year, subject to federal congressional appropriations. And then finally, with the passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act in 22, there was a one-time appropriation of another $18 million to the state of New Hampshire for the WAP program. I did also want to note that in going through some of the duties in the bill as introduced, the department is unable to identify the number of homes throughout the state that are or are not weatherized. New Hampshire does not maintain any type of database about what an individual homeowner might be doing in their home in terms of putting insulation in the wall or putting in a new heating system. And then finally, the thing I want to note here is that WAP is, again, a federally funded program. With federal dollars come federal strings. States are very limited in modifying or changing their WAP assistance programs really in any way, shape, or form. States are required to comply with federal guidelines. If they do not, they run the risk of having their WAP funds pulled back by the federal government. Should the bill become law, the department is obviously willing to participate in the committee's proceedings, and that really concludes my testimony. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I have a question for you. In 2022, we passed House Bill 549, which authorized the Department of Energy to spend up to $400,000 a year to promulgate the benefits of energy efficiency and home weatherization. Can you give us any kind of status as to what the department has done with the money so allocated and what kind of programs it has initiated as a result?
Thank you for the question. That is something I'd like to follow back up on again, because this bill was focused on the weatherization programs. I was uniquely kind of focused on our WAP program. If it's all right, I'll follow up with the committee by email.
Okay, thank you. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 2, your second bullet, states are limited in modifying or changing their WAPs. Is that a general warning, or do you have a specific concern about this bill?
Sure, and thank you for the question. And I apologize for not being more specific in the letter. I think that point was focused on lines 20 and 21 in the bill, where it's talking about a comprehensive set of recommendations and potential legislative proposals. Again, it's a federal program. I just don't want state legislators getting in the position of imposing state legislation on a federal program, because it puts the department in a position as to whether or not we're running afoul of federal rules and regulations or state statute. That's, I guess, where we're coming from.
Representative Ploger has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How does the Department of Energy advertise this WAP program, and is the funds all exhausted?
Sure, and thank you for the question. To the greatest extent possible, the department draws down its WAP funding every year. We never want to be in a position where we are sending money back. And I'm sorry, I'm answering your second question first. We never want to be in a position where we send federal dollars back to the U.S. Department of Energy. And again, to the greatest extent possible, the community action agencies work very well to stretch these dollars to the greatest extent possible. If a project can't be done, they'll often hit up the Home Energy Assistance Program under New Hampshire Saves to see if they can extend that a little bit further. When it comes to advertising the program, it's my understanding that a lot of the onus falls on the community action agencies, who are very well, they're basically on the ground working with these low-income communities, because again, WAP is a means-tested program and focused on those making less than 60% of median household income. So they're very well adept at making sure people are aware of their program offerings and making sure that people stay in the pipeline.
Representative Notter has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not to put you on the spot, but more than once this morning I've been hearing federal funding, federal funding. So tell me, where does the federal government get its money?
Sure, and thank you for the question. It raises it through taxes from taxpayers.
Representative Lewicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. There's been much mention of these community agencies that are doing the actual outreach. Do they actually have some data? Do they, go out once again with an infrared camera or whatever, or try to identify people who may be able to benefit from this?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'd like to follow back up, if that's all right with you, via email, probably the same one I'll send to Representative Vosa's question. Again, I know community action agencies, as a lot of other people, face workforce challenges. I don't imagine that they're sending folks out in the field to knock on doors and that type of thing, but to the greatest extent, I'd like to follow back up with you and get you a more spot-on answer. Thank you.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Inherent in your testimony, Mr. Oberge, is clearly the way the existing WAP works, as well as the New Hampshire Saves programs are essentially, they are opt-in. Homeowners must take the initiative, correct, to apply, begin the process of getting their property assessed for, its current state of efficiency and potential assistance. The roughly $2 million a year in funding seems to be, the way the programs have run for years. And then the one-time appropriation of $18 million would have been, looks like, an enormous influx of resources available. What's the current state of the use of that $18 million? Where are we with that disposition of the $18 million? And is there, is that funding available sort of in perpetuity for, should we get more applications? Should we get a lot more people applying for the program to get assistance? Would that $18 million be there to help them?
Sure, and thank you for the question. So specifically regarding the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act appropriation, that is an allocation that's made for a 5-year period. So we get it all up front. We have 5 years to spend it down. Based on my discussions with folks on our Weatherization Assistance Program team, there might be the option to extend the award period if needed, if for some reason we haven't drawn down the 18 million within the 5-year period. But obviously that is not our goal. We'd like to spend all the money as soon as possible. I think there was a policy effort made by Congress and the Biden administration to certainly direct federal funding toward those who, are of limited means and are certainly more subject to volatile energy price swings. I think that was, and it's been an existing program. It's an annual program. So I think the thought was that they would inject more money into that. I hope I'm answering your question. I think I'm hitting all the way around it. But we certainly do intend to draw down the 18 million. It is relatively new to the department. Again, it was just appropriated, I think, to us just recently, but I think we're in the process of drawing down those funds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
To follow up on Representative Reynolds' question, is the 18 million in addition to the 2 million yearly?
That's correct.
Funds? So the 18 million divided by 5 is 3.6 million. You add 2 million to that, there's 5.6 million available for weatherization for the next 5 years. Is that correct?
I would say, if using your analysis, using your example, if you were to take the 18 million that we all have up front, divide it by 5 years, you get about 3.6 million a year. Assuming everything remains constant, we get roughly that $2 million appropriation added on. It's about 4 to 5 million, I guess you could say, each year for the next 5 years.
Okay, good. Thank you. Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Roberge. Along the same lines, so we're seeing roughly a doubling of your budget. Do you anticipate that money will be spent, that you will have applications to spend down that money? And, a follow-up question would be, how do you interact with New Hampshire Saves, and how does that budget compare to the New Hampshire Saves budget? So,
Sure.
I guess it's three questions.
Thank you for the question. I think we do intend to certainly draw down the 18 million. Again, we never want to be in the position where we're sending money back to the federal government. And that is something that WAP staff in our department work collaboratively with staff at, I heard it mentioned earlier, Stratford County CAP and the other CAPs around the state to make sure that the money is being deployed efficiently and effectively. I've already spaced. I'm very sorry. What was the second question you asked?
Yeah,
I'm
the-
sorry.
The
Oh,
second,
with
how
New
do you
Hampshire-
interact with New Hampshire Saves?
I'm sorry about
and
that.
how does that budget compare to the New Hampshire Saves budget?
Sure. So the New Hampshire Saves budget is certainly larger, I would say, than the Weatherization Assistance Program budget. Again, community action agencies work very closely with individual homeowners and the contractors that they have contractors with to do the work, and then to identify measures that would be the best use of WAP funding versus New Hampshire Saves funding. And they work very closely with those parties to make sure that it all works out in the end.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Robert.
Thank
Nice
you.
to see you again. So my question has to do with, it was a question that came up earlier. I believe it was the chair that posed it around the return on investment for energy efficiency, because I believe we see reports all the time, and certainly the New Hampshire Saves program, which is run by the New Hampshire utilities, default utilities, they generally come out with a report on the triennial energy efficiency program, New Hampshire Saves, every 3 years. And it always covers the return on investment, which the last time I saw it, I think it was 3.8. So it was $3.8 for every dollar invested. Does the Department of Energy maintain that information? Can you give us a sense of what the return on investment is for the dollars that we spend? And the second question is, am I correct in understanding that the New Hampshire Saves program is funded through the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative dollars? I know that the first dollar of the auction goes to energy efficiency. That's the only program that we've designed that can be funded through Reggie. So I'm just curious, is that correct? Still correct?
So I'll answer the first one. I'm going to get to the second one. If I lose it, I'll ask you to just repeat it. So on your first question about reporting on cost benefit for WAP, at least specifically, again, like to follow up with you and the committee on that. I know that we have regular reporting that we report to the U.S. Department of Energy on the progress of our program. I am not a WAP staffer, so I'd like to get a little bit more into the weeds as to whether or not we report any return on investment information to the feds. I can then relay that on to you.
Okay.
Your second question, obviously the New Hampshire Saves program is primarily funded through the system benefits charge on customers' bills. The Reggie rebates, as far as I understand it, obviously everything beyond the first dollar of every allowance sold is rebated back to customers. The remaining money is put into what's called the Energy Efficiency Fund, which I believe is something that New Hampshire Saves uses as well. Again, a lot of my homework today here was a little bit more focused on WAP. Again, like to follow up on that one and get a little bit more specificity on the use of the.
Yeah, I'd appreciate understanding how that works.
Representative Plotier has a question.
Thank you. And once again, thanks again for taking my question. Since WAP was funded since 1976, I'm not sure how long New Hampshire has, but to your knowledge, we heard, backstep. We heard today that some of the fuel assistant monies were not spent. To your knowledge, is there any other weatherization funding that is not being spent to the max?
Sure, and thank you for the question. I think what the earlier reference was getting to in terms of fuel assistance funding, I'm assuming it was talking about the programs established under HB 2023 from a few years ago. Regarding the federal funding, whether it's Weatherization Assistance Program or LIHEAP or the Fuel Assistance Program, those monies tend to be drawn down every single year. If there's an outlier there, I can certainly, again, follow up with the committee on that.
Okay, seeing no further questions for Mr. Robarge. Representative McGee.
I just have a follow-up to Representative Plogier's question. So is it safe for us to assume that there is a higher demand than there is funding in these programs? That if we draw down the money every year?
Thank you for the question. So yeah, I think that would be fair to say. Yes. Yeah, I would say it's fair to say. Obviously, the amount of homes that are weatherized every year varies based on program budgets and the amount of uptake and everything like that. One home might take more funding versus another home. But I would say yes, there does continue to be a need for weatherization assistance program funding, and we certainly do deploy it to the greatest extent possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberge, for being here this morning and answering our questions. Next, I'd like to call on Brandon LeMay. Good morning, Mr. LeMay, and welcome to ST&E. Don't forget to turn on the mic.
Goodness. Thank you so much for having me today. I appreciate it. My name is Brandon LeMay. I am from Manchester. I'm also an organizer with Rights and Democracy. Just here to speak in favor of HB 1230. And I just want to kind of skip up some of the things that have been talked before and just kind of talk about my experience. I do a lot of outreach, particularly in areas with a lot of renters in Manchester. And throughout the past couple summers, haven't been able to do a lot of door knocking in the winters. We've reached out to a lot of homeowners and also middle and low income tenants who have expressed an increasing struggle to be able to pay their utilities. And the reason why I bring this up is because HUD defines a cost burdened renter if they're spending more than 50% of their rent and utilities on, 50% of their income on rent and utilities as well. So your housing costs are heavily tied into your utility costs. And what we found is that a lot of the tenants that we've spoken to struggle to keep their apartments cool in the summer and warm in the winter. And this has really, I think, highlighted the need for a study like this. We need this study in order to confirm what we've been seeing on the ground. Because anecdotal evidence is great, but we really need to figure out exactly how many of these renters in places like Manchester are struggling to keep their apartments or their homes at an appropriate temperature. So I feel like the study bill would help us actually clearly know where the need is and then what should be done about that, because obviously we shouldn't be legislating based on feelings. But yeah, so I am also really excited about the idea of weatherization in general, mostly because, you know, this legislator is doing some great things to incentivize more housing being built in the future. The thing about housing costs is that it's going to take a while to get those down. It's going to take a while to get the supply that we need. It's going to take a while in order to renovate a lot of the apartments that we have. But one thing that we can look at is if we can reduce people's utility bills, that's a way of bringing down people's housing costs. And that's an ability for this legislature to directly impact people in a positive way there. So I'll see the rest of the time that I have. I'll open up to any questions that we have.
Questions for Mr. LeMay. Representative McWilliams.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you, Mr. LeMay, for coming out to speak with us. I guess my question is, I'd just like to understand a little bit more about how you decide which doors to knock as an outreach piece to this. I agree with you that if weatherization and efficiency are the low-hanging fruit, and that's really what we should be doing to address first when it comes to cost for energy for our constituents. So big picture, how do you decide? Like, what is there a matrix? What are you doing to make the priority choices?
That is a really great question, Representative. Thank you so much. Well, a little bit about me is I was born and raised in Manchester, so I know the neighborhoods really well there. We also do pour over some of the census tract data that we have. We track neighborhoods with some of the lowest income in the state, and particularly in Manchester as well. We go after places with people, who are more likely to be renters. So for instance, 50% of Manchester are renters, and we were going after neighborhoods that were more than 75% renters. So a little bit of gut feeling, a little bit of pouring over data, and combine them into an outreach plan.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you, Mr. LeMay, for testifying here this morning and call on our last speaker on this bill.
Thank you.
And that is M. Fredericks of Durham, New Hampshire, speaking on behalf of herself. Welcome, Ms. Fredericks. Don't forget to turn on the mic.
Hit it. There we are. My name is M. Friedrichs. I grew up in Exeter, New Hampshire, and moved back to the state 2 years ago and now reside in Durham. And I wanted to speak on this bill today because I have joined the town's elected town council and did that through my work on the planning board and the energy committee. And one of the things that I learned first by joining the planning board and then the energy committee was the high burden that our area residents were experiencing with their utilities. And this is in Durham, which is one of the state's, better off communities. And we have neighbors who are spending $800 to over $1,000 on utilities a month in modest homes. These are retired folks. Our heating bill when we moved in was over $6,000 a year. And as I started down this road to weatherize our own home and try and bring those costs down, because we knew that those costs were unsustainable for us as a young couple and first-time homeowners. And as we did that, we really learned that we were able to manage it for our own home, but I started talking to many of my neighbors, and many of whom are elderly. And in that process, learned about a lot of the barriers to weatherization. Sometimes small things like, in order for New Hampshire Saves to come in and do the work, they have to move all of the items in their basement away from the foundation walls. And they're elderly folks who can't do that physically anymore, or can't between the caretaking responsibilities that one has for the other who's now severely disabled. And I think that this sort of a committee could really help to identify some of those burdens. And the more that we talked about this as an energy committee in Durham, but also the energy committees across towns are quite well connected and have kind of a listserv and meet periodically. And what I remember hearing from all these other towns is that folks are not only focused on municipal buildings and their energy committees, that really across the state, people are concerned about helping residents to weatherize their own homes to bring those costs down. And they're trying to understand and get information out, but I think that there is a gap in understanding, what is the unmet demand and how do we reach all the people who need assistance? And so in our own research for the town of Durham's energy committee, we actually are looking at founding a nonprofit in order to help residents navigate this process, because we do see that there are such great gaps in needs within our own residents. And we spoke with the Stratford County CAP and learned that 1 in 16 homes in Stratford County is on the weatherization assistance wait list. And one of the reasons that that's one of all 16 homes. That's an incredible figure to me. But one of the reasons for that is that there's sometimes also a mismatch between how the funding can be used and some pre-existing delayed maintenance issues. So just hearing that figure, that demand is so high, and seeing the statistics for the amount of fuel assistance and electric assistance that is going out, it seems to me to be almost irresponsible with taxpayers' money, frankly, to be continuing to fund the fuel assistance and electric assistance, which we absolutely need. We do not want people suffering in unheated homes, but to do so without examining, why are these buildings using so much heat and energy, and what are we doing to improve that situation? Because we could be providing fuel assistance for 10 years at the, more than $6,000 a year, because we're not doing weatherization work, and that doesn't make any sense to me. And similarly with housing, we've recognized this urgent need for housing and this huge need for affordable housing. And speaking with, I've been following that issue as someone on my town council and planning board, and hearing from different nonprofits across the state, one of the things that they recognize is the energy burden and the fact that utilities are making up a significant part of cost for some households. And to not acknowledge that in our housing crisis means also that we are putting out money, taxpayer funding to deal with the housing situation and try and address that. But the utility component needs to be addressed within that, because that's part of the equation. And so any responsible use of taxpayer money to be funding things like Invest New Hampshire should be looking at utilities as well, because that's a significant part of the housing cost. So that's just... I wanted to come and share what I felt like I had learned from working in my local municipal level and connecting with other towns across the state. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Friedrichs. Questions? Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Just for my own clarification, when you mentioned that you have constituents that are paying $800 to $1,000 a month on utilities, would you please define what utilities are composed of? Is it electric, fuel, water, or what? What does that figure consist of?
So in talking with them, that was just for heating costs, but
Just heating.
I broadened it to utilities because it kind of varied on what their heating source is. We have people who are using electric resistance heat. We have folks on propane. We have folks on heating oil. We don't have very many folks on natural gas, as I think is the case for most of New Hampshire. And we do have folks using firewood. So just from having spoken with various neighbors in that context.
Follow
Follow up?
Thank you. And just to tag on, with your experience, let's focus on electric assistance. I happen to know a person who is well below the poverty level in terms of yearly income, applies for electric assistance and gets a whopping $9 a month taken off the electric bill. Have you found that to be a similar case in Durham, people applying and getting really not much for their work for filling out applications?
I haven't followed through with that to work with people on getting the assistance. I've connected more with them on the weatherization and looking at New Hampshire Saves. So I've just shared their information with CAP, and I'm afraid I can't offer any insight onto that. Your question, sorry.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. and Thank you, Ms. Fredericks, for taking my question. It sounds to me as though you're pretty involved and pretty aware. So when you mentioned your own utility bill that was not going to be sustainable, I'm wondering if you've taken any action, and if so, how much it might have cut that $6,000 bill that you alluded to. Just curious.
Yeah, sure. So we signed up through New Hampshire Saves, and we had some weatherization work done. And we also realized that while our boiler was still functioning, it was incredibly inefficient, and that was one of the causes for our high heating costs. And so we've started to do part of our home with heat pumps. We couldn't afford to do all of it. But our monthly bill, it's a little tricky because electric costs have gone up so much. But I would say that last winter, our monthly bill went up from maybe $150 electric with, no electric heat to about $300 with the heat pumps. And we are still continuing to occasionally use our wood pellets. Well, we use our wood pellet stove, and occasionally some of the original system that uses the boiler uses heating oil. And so adding it all together, I would guess that it's, probably safely under $400 a month in the winter. And if we go, that's 6 months a year that we heat in our home. We keep it cool in October and May. So $2,400 now, I would say, a year versus $6,000 when we first moved in. It's a pretty big difference.
We're starting to wander a little bit from the subject of the bill, so please confine your questions to the study committee bill. Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Fredericks, for coming in. In line with my comment to Representative Grassi that this is as much a housing problem as it is a weatherization problem, I'm just curious about the thing you mentioned about delayed maintenance, that you found that a lot of the houses were unable to take up the weatherization projects that they were offered because of delayed maintenance. So I was wondering what extent of delayed maintenance that entailed, because in my experience, once you start trying to improve a house, you find that the problem sometimes is much bigger than originally you envisioned. So what is it? Do you have an idea of what the extent of that delayed maintenance is? What kind of problems they are, and also what percentage of the houses on your waiting list that you mentioned would fall under this category of houses that have delayed maintenance issues? Thank you.
So that information came from a conversation with the Stratford CAP Weatherization Assistance Programs Director, who I found was extremely useful. And that the information about the 1 in 16 homes in the county overall. So I think it's over than 5,000 homes that are on the wait list right now for Stratford County alone. And the examples that he gave, and I apologize that I don't remember on the spot his name, but I'd be happy to try and find that, or I'm sure you could find it on the website. The examples that he gave were primarily roof repairs. that they couldn't go in and do additional insulation with the roof needing repair, and they didn't have the funding to repair the roof. And so what Stratford Cap was doing was trying to actually individually fundraise for those homes as part of their nonprofit fundraising, their annual fundraising, and do specific projects to try and help home by home make improvements. But obviously that is extremely slow going. And so they just have kind of an increasing backlog in terms of the homes that do need assistance.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we want to thank you, Ms. Friedrichs, for testifying here this morning. And with no other pink cards extant for this public hearing, I'm going to close this public hearing. And I'm going to ask Representative Ploget to give us information about the blue sheet on this bill and the previous bill, if you have it.
Not at this moment, Chair.
Okay,
but I will.
we'll call for that later then. And in the meantime, I'm going to open a public hearing on House Bill 1289, establishing a commission to study the replacement of the peaker plant in Bow with a clean energy baseload generator and storage. And I'm going to call on the bill's prime sponsor, Jared Wheeler, to introduce this legislation. Representative Wheeler, welcome to Science, Technology, and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am late for work, so I'm going to be as brief as I can. I introduced this legislation here mostly because, and I got a call from the lobbyists a couple of weeks after I had requested the LSR, saying that they were totally compliant with the regulation. And it's not, for me, about whether or not they're compliant with the regulation. For me, it's about the material that they're burning at the plant. A large amount of federal funding right now is available for moving coal plants and other fossil fuel plants in a just way towards renewable energies and other things, and that funding is only available for a certain period of time. And Chairman Vos, as you and I have discussed before session the other day, the Bow coal plant is set to expire in 2026. It's set to close. My opinion on it, and why I've still chose to come forward and support this legislation, is that despite the fact that it is set to close, I think that it would be beneficial for not just the legislature and the New Hampshire state government, but the people of Bow to have a comprehensive commission that includes everyone who would be involved in that transition, including the workers, the owners of the plant, the community in Bow, and obviously throughout the process of the plant closing, that there will be opportunities for the public to provide input to the company. I think that it's a good example of what we can do here in the legislature, to have that comprehensive commission that addresses that issue in a deep and well-processed way with all of those stakeholders at the same table, instead of one-on-one conversations one at a time. Coal and its harms, the evidence for me is in. And there is specific evidence that I will provide to the committee in my email testimony after this, linked to higher mercury levels, cancer, asthma, premature deaths in people with heart and lung disease in Bow. So this is something that is directly affecting the people of Bow. And in 1 hour, the plant emits more CO2 than the average American does in 26 years of life. So as much as, people are trying to get us to use plastic straws and the individual responsibility aspect of where we're at with climate change, I think it's examples like this where you have a beaker plant producing more CO2 than one person does in 26 years in 1 hour of it producing its energy. And so, to bring it back to why now, I think it's just important, given the fact that the plant is set to be decommissioned by 26, to have a comprehensive commission that addresses this issue. And as I said, I'll try to be as quick as possible, but I'm happy to take any number of questions that you have. I know that there are other people who are testifying who will be able to answer those questions as well. But that essentially is why I brought this bill. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak on it.
Thank you, Representative Wheeler, and members of the committee being sensitive to Representative Wheeler's need to get to work. Be careful with your questions. Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So as I look at your bill here, it focuses on replacing the peaker power or the power plant with a clean energy power generator. Knowing, or perhaps you know, I'm not aware of any clean energy generator that would generate the lost megawatts coming from the footprint that the current plant now occupies. So would, instead of focusing on clean energy in general on the study committee, perhaps just a review or a study on what could be placed there instead of the current plant to generate an equal or more amount of megawatts that would be lost, because peaker power plants are very important during periods like this, and we need to be able to generate almost instantaneously power that would be needed on a moment's notice. Is that something that you would consider, or what other type of forum could be studied?
I'm definitely open to anything that we can achieve, which makes sure that we can meet peak demand when it comes to our energy grid. I guess the concern that I would have with opening it up too much is I also have a concern with natural gas and how that's purported. I mean, I'm not a scientist, and that's why I'm not on science, energy, and technology, but I think that there are conversations that should be had around nuclear energy, you know, keeping in mind the concerns that people have. But I think that there should be a comprehensive conversation about the peaker plant, and for me, it's I hear that concern, but it is more about the fact that they're using coal.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. As I assume you're aware that there is a mechanism in place in New Hampshire and New England to build power plants. People build them, they've been building them for years, and we've gone to a deregulated structure where we have merchant plants, where private companies decide to finance, they sign contracts, and then for power production, and they build plants. So what I assume you're proposing here is a replacement to that, where somehow the government's going to get in and finance this, or mandate that a plant be built there, because there's no prohibition right now, unless you know something I don't, that would prohibit anybody from building wind or solar or whatever clean energy you want at that site.
No, the legislation isn't a mandate or a government enforcement saying that you must. It's a commission with the stakeholders involved in the plan, including the owners, about what could be.
Follow up.
Really quick. So what you're saying is the present process where markets are allowed to do this doesn't work. You're substituting some government form of commission to come up with an alternate method from the way we build power plants now?
Well, what I'd say to that, and I don't want to get into a discussion about markets and their impact on the energy grid, but I have my opinions on that. But what I would say is that I think sometimes the market, despite being important and an important piece of the economy, can leave conversations like the environment and its impacts on people in the community and their health by the wayside, and that's when it's important for public entities in the public sector to step in and have commissions like this to study the impact of its health and replacements that could be there to make sure that people can participate in the market without cancer.
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. One thing I notice in the membership of the proposed committee is that ownership is not there, and this would seem to me to be an oversight. Would you be open to amending to have ownership of the plant be involved?
Happy to. I'm absolutely open to amendment then on that. Absolutely.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You may be aware that in the town of Merrimack, we have a dirty corporation that is closing down, that being Saint-Gobain. DES is very involved in the oversight of this closing, specifically with regards to environmental toxins. Do you see DES playing a role in this committee, in the process going forward for this?
Yeah, absolutely. I would hope that DES would show up when the committee would ask it to and participate as much as possible. And I think DES has, shown its willingness to do so. And yeah, my short and direct answer to that would be absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Wheeler, for being here. The bill as written doesn't actually say that the replacement should be at the same location as the current plant. And the current location of the plant certainly imposes some limitations on what could replace it. I can't imagine, say, a wind farm going right in there, or even a solar array big enough to replace what's there. Would you be open to the idea of replacing this plant with something somewhere else?
I think that's a great idea, Representative Corman, and that might allow for, alleviating Representative Thomas's concern where we could find a clean energy replacement that meets the peak demand that is needed here in New Hampshire.
Additional questions, Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Wheeler, for coming in with this bill. You've heard some feedback on maybe the language being a little bit focused, and you've said that you don't really have an idea in mind that you're trying to mandate. Is it fair to say that your main intent is to provide the community and the town of Bow and the state of New Hampshire with some input into the process of transition in this plan? And that's really what you're trying to, that's really your concern with this legislation?
Yes, thank you, Representative Kaplan. I think that's well put, and I think there's many examples of environmental projects here in New Hampshire that where if the public doesn't feel adequately involved, then things can kind of blow up, and we've seen that here in the legislature with landfill sightings and other things like that. So I think it'd be good before that process begins to make sure that the public is involved and avoid any explosion like we've seen on other ends like that.
Okay, seeing no further questions, let's let Representative
Chairman
Wheeler
Bose.
get to work. And I'll call next on Matt Pornikescu, and I hope I pronounced that correctly. Matt.
Yes, thank you for having me. It's Pernikescu. I don't have that much time because I have to get back to school. But I just wanted to start off by saying that my family immigrated to New Hampshire about 30 years ago, and they sought to begin a legacy in the United States, and I fear that I will no longer be able to continue this legacy in New Hampshire for my kids if the environmental issues persist. I stand before you all today to express my support for HB 1289 as it pertains to clean energy solutions, to form a commission about transitioning to clean energy. As an ambitious high school sophomore from Manchester, New Hampshire, I often ask myself, what college will I attend? What career will I pursue? But most of all, where will I be able to live happily in 10 years? In the 1990s, my family immigrated from Romania to escape the corruption created by the communist rule of Nicolae Ceausescu, finding solace in New Hampshire and beginning an American legacy for our family. Growing up, both me and my parents before me loved visiting Hampton Beach, skiing at Pat's Peak, staying at vacation homes in the mountains, and more. Over the past few years, these places have deteriorated with increased rainfall and warmer winters. I want the best life for my kids, as my father did before me and his father did before him. But it has become clear that New Hampshire is slowly becoming dangerous and uninhabitable. Once a place where my family found prosperity and solace, now filled with pollution from places like the Merrimack Station coal plant, a catalyst for higher mercury levels, cancer rates, asthma rates, and premature death with people of heart or lung disease. Nonetheless, the issue of pollution existed in New Hampshire during my parents' generation, but not to the extent of today. As a member of the next generation, New Hampshire, what will be our next step? Should we advocate for solutions to pollution, or do as those before us and pass the constantly growing burden of pollution onto our children's shoulders? I say we begin to acknowledge the issue of pollution through forming a commission for clean energy prospects at the Merrimack Station coal plant to help create a legacy of progress for the future generations in New Hampshire. In summary, New Hampshire has been affected by the dangers of fossil fuel pollution for many years, and it is imperative that a commission is formed regarding a transition to clean energy and prospect for the future of the Merrimack coal plant, as well as the input of the public in Bow. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in to speak with us today. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's actually just a comment. I just wanted to thank you for taking the time from your school day to advocate for a better climate future. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll call next on Martha May Emerson, who's here to represent herself. And I would remind everyone that we're not here to discuss the future of New Hampshire's climate or the climate of the planet. We're here to discuss a bill to set up a commission to study the replacement of the peaker plant in Bow. So I would ask you to restrict your comments to the study commission bill in front of us. And with that, I'd like to welcome you, Ms. Emerson, to ST&E.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee. I'm Martha May Emerson. Thank you. I'm Martha May Emerson from Concord. I live in the South End. And what I would like to speak to is the effect of this on personal lives in New Hampshire, but particularly in areas close to the plant. I live 5.1 miles from this plant, and the intensity of pollution from the plant certainly is extends most intensely for a 3-mile radius around the plant. But there's no wall there that keeps that pollution from extending, the emissions from the plant extending further. So in terms of Concord, in terms of all neighboring communities, in terms of cities across our state, the pollution from the stacks at the Bow plant can extend up to 100 miles. And so that is an effect that certainly impacts all of our state as well as neighboring states. So Chairman Voss has expressed a recommendation that we not speak to the future of pollution resulting from the power plant. So I will try to reframe the scope of my remarks in terms of that request. Specifically, the Bow Power Plant is an old plant built in the 1960s. It has demonstrated in the recent past year during an emissions test required by its permitting that last February, after that emissions test, the results showed that the plant was emitting pollution at 73% over the requirements that its permit allows for emissions. Because of that, there was a retest requirement for the plant, which the retest happened actually 3 times, not until October, November, and December. The October retest, as you may well know, there were no results. It had to be discontinued because of equipment failure, boilers leaking. There was a second retest in November, and again, it was not completed because of equipment malfunction and leaking boilers. The third retest in December, that also is not completed, and nothing was revealed in terms of why. There has yet to be another retest scheduled to see if This is a functioning plant. In spite of all of this, the plant was online during the past summer. I can go on with a couple of other pieces of information that I think really indicate the necessity to move quickly on not continuing the operation of the Bow Power Plant. In August of last year, New Hampshire Department of Energy, of Environmental Services, excuse me, informed the plant's owners, the Granite Shore Power, that its permit breaches met criteria for federally reportable violations, which can result in fines and litigation from the EPA. I don't know. There's a lot of evidence that we need to do something, and in part because of the age of the power plant. As mentioned by Representative Wheeler, there is at this time federal funding available on first come, first served basis to decommission coal power plants and to replace them with clean energy sources. I think that's a real opportunity here. And I would encourage that we move as expeditiously as possible to bring this bill forward and to act on it so that people in New Hampshire can benefit from this federally supported funding to accomplish the goal of what is inevitable, the closing of the plant, and to support replacing it with what we, I think, all agree, as in Representative Wheeler's comments, that we need peak energy plants.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming to talk to us this morning. It was nice to meet you. We have questions for Ms. Emerson. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming to speak with us today. I think we can all agree there's certainly some merit to the bill, but the question has already come up around sort of where the onus lies in terms of how the plant is going to be transitioned. Have you heard at all of any plans from Granite Shore Power? Because I think the owners of the plant are actually more aware than any of us about the pressure to transition with the closing coming up. And I think part of the problem is that the public is not aware of any efforts to transition the plant to a cleaner, more sustainable energy source, energy asset, if you will. So I'm just wondering if you have heard anything in the energy space or the public space or where you live about Granite Shore Power's efforts to try and come up with a plan that will meet the federal expectations around transitioning away from the coal.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your question, Representative McGee. Unfortunately, no. I wish I could say, oh yeah, they're on it, and plans are underway. They aren't even responding, in my view, responsibly to some of the problems that are violating their permits right now. So I guess that's my answer. Not answering your question specifically, but answering with their lack of inaction.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious. You said you live in Concord, or you live 5 miles from the plant. Are you aware of any water reports that identify contamination in the water? And if so, are these reports that could be gathered for this committee?
That's something I certainly have thought of. I'm very green at testifying and did not have an opportunity to go through all the bullet points that I wanted to, particularly in terms of contacting the folks who are the waterworks of Concord. We do have an open water source, Pennacook Lake, as the city water supply. And, not only what's up there is coming down, whether it's on the playgrounds or Memorial Field or all over this region, extending potentially out to 100 miles from the plant, depending on the wind where it's blowing. So no, I don't have that, but it is something that I intend to follow up on.
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for coming to talk to us this morning. And I'm going to call on the next person who would like to speak with us, and that is Chantel Ryu of Goffstown. I would remind you that we're here to discuss a bill to create a commission to study replacing the plant in Bow. We're not here to discuss climate change or pollution or matters of that nature. Thank you.
You've got it. Thank you. Good morning, Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, and thank you for being here today to learn more about these proposals and to hear from our community. My name is Chantel Ryu. I am a fourth-generation Granite Stater. Aside from a brief stint that I spent on the West Coast, I have spent most of my 31 years here in southern New Hampshire. For 30 of those 31 years, I had no idea that I was living downstream, always a town or two away from the Merrimack Power Generating Station in Bow. Upon learning about the station, I started researching the effects of burning coal and the continuous use of fossil fuels, coming to understand how our direct environment is impacted here in New Hampshire. As you've heard, I think, from several people, it's a great statistic, and I think it warrants just hearing again. The station does create negative health and environmental impacts while operating at full capacity. It does emit CO2, more CO2 in an hour than an average American does in 26 years. As someone who has lived with asthma for most of their life, I am concerned about that specific statistic, and that's why it sticks out to me, especially when I live in such close proximity to this plant. That being said, I can certainly see why New Hampshire's natural resources, way of life, and tourism are being threatened by the environmental impact with increasingly warm winters and property-damaging floods from excessive rainfall. Now, that's not all to blame on the plant, but our direct environment could be greatly improved upon transition to renewable energy. With the looming possibility of the Merrimack Station being decommissioned, I'm sitting before you today to ask the Science, Technology, and Energy Committees for support in creating a commission to study the replacement of this peaker plant in Bow with a clean energy baseload generator and storage station. This commission would focus on the possible clean energy solutions that would not only help improve New Hampshire's direct environmental and health impacts, but also help reduce electric costs that are directly affected by our over-reliance on outdated fossil fuel technology. The creation of this study would also ensure the residents of Bow, plant workers, Department of Energy, Department of Environmental Services, and the state have seats at the table for this conversation. I believe we also discussed the owners coming in as a part of this conversation as well. And directly affect the transition as it directly applies to their communities. Myself and many residents of New Hampshire want to see the Merrimack Generating Station to provide clean, steady, and well-paid work for our local labor force while also protecting our water, ground, and air. I want to take this moment to appreciate the committee's time and consideration. I will now accept any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Ms. Ryu. Any questions? Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in and joining us. In your mind, what is the outcome? What outcome are you looking for from this commission? I mean, are you looking for, and I just throw out a couple possibilities, you may have others. I mean, are you looking for a concrete recommendation on a project to be built? Are you looking for a report that just summarizes kind of discussions among the stakeholders? What is the outcome that you're looking for?
Thank you very much for that question. So the outcome that I believe I'm looking for is, well, first and foremost, to definitely have these groups come together and discuss, kind of put on the table what they would like to see. Overall, what I would like to see come from this study would be recommendations on your thoughts, or the thoughts and research put into what the possibilities could be. Because there's solar, there's wind, and we discussed that it's quite possible it could be right where the generating station is, or the possibility of elsewhere. I think it's kind of more seeing it's laying foundation for what could be, I think, is what we're looking to achieve here. It's like the first step into the transition. I hope that helped.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, I would like to call on the last person who wants to speak on this bill, and that is M. Friedrichs. And I'd ask you to keep your comments as brief as possible, as we're running out of time.
I will certainly
Thank
do
you.
my best. Thank you. So M. Friedrichs, again from Durham, New Hampshire. I support this bill. And for me, the connection does come back to New Hampshire's warming winters. And that specifically to this bill, the reason for focusing on clean energy in this study commission is tied to that. For me, it is really sad to think that if I have kids, they might not experience New Hampshire the way that I did, which is swimming with eels in our coastal rivers and going maple sugaring and ice fishing. And the river behind my dad's house where I grew up 20 years ago was an ice fishing village every single winter. The last 2 winters, it didn't even freeze over. And so it is very personal to me to think that the reason I moved back to the state may not be a reason that keeps me here, because it is possibly not what I thought it would be in terms of the experience that I hope to have for my family in the future. But returning to the bill, the reason that I think this must be a clean energy examination is also because in New Hampshire, we already have RSA 37837, which is a statute that defines that we will look at energy technology without preference for type of technology. And so we already do that as a state. The reason it is so important to be examining clean energy at this moment is because it is evolving so quickly technologically. It is, that our regulatory environment perhaps is not caught up with where the technology is. And there's also currently a lot of federal funding that can help with costs around this. And so this commission, by focusing on clean energy, would really bring together the stakeholders in terms of our legislators, in terms of the DOE and the DES, to examine the regulatory environment and to assess whether, does it make sense to be asking for some changes in future legislation in order to build, to pave the way for an energy environment that is diverse. And to examine sources of funding at this point. If we can take advantage of federal funding that is already allocated out there and New Hampshire residents can benefit, then I think that's worth examining. And in fact, our governor has already decided to do that by pursuing some of the IRA funding, and our state legislature is also supporting that. I think that, I don't have great feelings about whether it makes sense to only look at this location or not. I do recognize that a grid connectivity cannot be moved, and Merrimack Station currently has the grid built around it. And so I think it makes sense to really focus on, is there something that can happen there? That could absolutely be solar. They have over 300 acres. It could be green hydro. It could be regular hydro, perhaps. It could be small scale nuclear. There are plants across the country that have done those sorts of conversions. But until we bring all the stakeholders together, that's kind of hard to know. And to Representative Harrington's point, I think that absolutely there is a market mechanism for this to happen already in the state of New Hampshire. But the one piece that doesn't include is really the residents of Bow and the surrounding communities. And as a town councilor, I have a lot of sensitivity to that, because the hardest thing we do is to pass a budget and to try and prevent raising property taxes. And through my work with the nonprofit 350NH, I joined them just this past summer and have done some door knocking in Bow and knocked on probably 120 doors and spoke with probably 50 different households. And their greatest concern right now are property taxes and how high their rate is in their town. if they lose Merrimack Station, if it's decommissioned quickly, they lose that tax revenue. And that could have very real impacts for some of those residents who are struggling to stay in their homes and afford those taxes. And so bringing in the residents of Bow and bringing in, that local voice, this is really the opportunity to provide them that, to allow them to get a sense of what is happening. They're not controlling the outcome, but they have a voice and they can be learning. They can be making plans for the town budget. They can be thinking about their own land use processes, which are all crucial things for, your select board to be doing. And I think that, it makes sense to bring all the stakeholders together in this commission and to do so urgently because there is additional funding that's out there. That funding, I believe, is focused on clean energy, but I could be wrong on that. But it is first come, first serve, and it will disappear if New Hampshire doesn't pursue it. And that could have very real impact for Bow residents in terms of if they lose this source of tax revenue, that will really affect them. And the fastest way to examine different, opportunities, I don't believe it's for, the private investors to be doing their research and figuring out what they'd like to do and then approach DOE and also, ISO New England and FERC. And, then the Department of Environmental Sciences, and then DES has to go and do studies and public input. And then eventually it'll end up to the Bow, Planning Committee and be in front of them. But if you can bring all the stakeholders together, then that may actually make this process much more efficient. And also, provide cost savings. As a developer, I mean, one of the things I've learned from the planning board is that you're going to have public input. That's how our state works. We like that local control. And New Hampshire residents want to have their voice. If you wait to bring it in till the very last minute, it's a lot more expensive for the developers. And if you can bring it in early and start educating people and start understanding what people are looking for, then you're much more likely to have a successful project. And so that's why I think this commission really makes sense now, to take advantage for all those reasons, to really represent the residents of Bow and New Hampshire residents as a whole, and make sure that this is something that can really benefit the state, that it is feasible, that it's commercially viable, and that is something that is going to be of benefit to New Hampshire as a state.
Thank you, Ms. Friedrichs. We have a couple of questions. Representative Corman has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. The current plant, Merrimack Station, has a capacity of 482 megawatts. What are your thoughts on what would be a reasonable capacity for a clean baseload plant at that very location?
So I think that that is a technological question that I am not equipped to answer, and I recognize that I don't work in the energy industry. But I think that that's what this commission needs to study and address. I imagine that I don't know what the capacities are for small scale nuclear, for example, or for green hydrogen, but I think that some study has to be done on that. And I also recognize that this plant's blueprint base load is much larger than what it's actually used for today. So whether it makes sense to be pursuing a maximum contribution at this location, or rather something that can at least cover what is currently there, I leave that to the commission. I think that that's where we need our regulatory bodies, where we need our industry, we need our private market as well to provide input. The one thing I would say is that whether or not the current plant's owners are part of this commission, I think that that could possibly be reasonable either way, but I do think that it might be, I think it's important that this commission focus on making sure that Bow residents are aware of what's happening and have a chance to also learn about different possibilities and to share their concerns and their and what they would like to see. And I would think it's important that the focus of this commission stay on that, as well as for the state as a whole. And then, of course, this is ultimately it's this is a market. Our utilities are market based. This is privately owned. Eventually, no decision is. This is not a mandated thing in any way. It's a voluntary kind of information finding, process that would hope to bring together the stakeholders and make sure that New Hampshire residents have a voice, particularly the most local residents, Bow residents.
Okay, I think you answered that question. Thank you. Representative Notter has one.
Thank you. The state of Ohio has classified natural gas, a known hydrocarbon, as clean energy. What is your definition of clean energy?
So my definition of clean energy is something that is not going to be contributing to additional carbon dioxide or other greenhouse gas emissions in our atmosphere in a way that would cause continued greenhouse effects and warming of our climate. And so I think, New Hampshire state has defined clean energy, and I'm going off of the definition that the state has already established. I'm not, I don't think this one commission should be trying to rework all of New Hampshire's laws. So I think we have a definition.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Are you aware that in China they're building a new coal plant every 2 weeks to manufacture the parts for solar, wind, other sources of so-called green energy?
I am aware that China is continuing to build coal plants. They're also switching to renewables at a very fast rate. And I had a fascinating conversation with Nikki Haley about this and how we might hold China accountable to reducing their own carbon emissions, and was really excited by that conversation.
Remember, we're not here to debate. We're here to ask questions. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've done a terrific job of advocating for the town of Bow, and you've made it very clear that the residents of Bow are stakeholders in all of this. Has the town of Bow considered, or would they consider, creating their own commission that is Bow-centric to address this?
I think that's a great question. I think that I know that the Energy Committee has had some discussion of this, but and I won't speak for them. But as a town rep who's volunteer as you are all as well, this is not our our paid full-time job. It's really hard to gather the sort of technical and regulatory experience as a volunteer committee in a small town. To examine the possibilities here, we really need to hear from industry. We need to hear from DES. We need to hear from Department of Energy. We need to hear from our legislators. And I think that can only happen at the state level in terms of bringing these different folks together.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for coming in. You've done a great job of presenting a very compelling argument why it's important to bring people together and have the kind of discussion that you're looking for. And I want to follow up a little bit on what Representative Wendy Thomas just asked you. The way this bill is structured, it would create a commission that, best case, probably gets established in June and then sunsets on November 1st. Is that enough time to have that kind of discussion, or should we be looking at some other mechanism to have a really robust discussion?
I think that the legislature may have a better response to that than I would. I do think that 6 months would allow at least for the stakeholders to come together. It would allow for a representative to be chosen from the town of Bow, which would be really important to have the town be working on that and identifying. And they would have to, find a process to represent their residents as well in that. And it would be an opportunity to certainly bring together a lot of the existing research about which opportunities are out there. It may not have complete findings in terms of whether a certain option is feasible at that time. But I think, 6 months, the Department of Energy is putting together a climate action plan for the state of New Hampshire now in less than 6 months. So I think that, important groundwork can be done in that time, especially in terms of getting all the stakeholders into the same space, seeing where they're at, and understanding what funding mechanisms are perhaps possibly available right now that wouldn't be available in the future. And I think those are the most time critical components, and also to understanding for the town of Bow what sort of timeline may be there for Merrimack Station. How do they need to plan for their own town budget and their property taxes?
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for testifying here today, and I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1289. We will now break for lunch, and we will return at 1 o'clock to hear House Bill 1499, establishing a committee to study the Civilian Clean Energy Community Resilience and Conservation Corps. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. To resume our activity for the day, we're shortly going to commence a public hearing on House Bill 1499. But before we do that, Representative Ploget is going to give us some statistics about the three bills we heard this morning. Representative Ploget.
Thank you. Yes, on Bill 1047, there was 1 in favor, 1 pro. House Bill 1230, there was 2 in favor. House Bill 1289, there was 3 in favor. Thank you.
Okay, and you do not have information about the online?
I'm sorry, Chair. The online is down at the moment.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. All right. Well, with that being the case, then I guess we can move on to our next order of business, which is the introduction of House Bill 1499, establishing a committee to study the Civilian Clean Energy Community Resilience and Conservation Corps. And I'd like to bring forward the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Wilhelm from Manchester. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to ST&E.
Thank you so much, Chairman Vose and honorable members of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. For the record, my name is Matt Wilhelm. I proudly represent Hillsborough County District 40, which is Manchester wards 1, 3, 10, 11, and 12. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 1499 to establish a committee to study a clean energy, community resilience, and conservation corps here in the state of New Hampshire. I got my start in public service, my first job after graduating from Plymouth State College as a team leader with City of New Hampshire, training and supporting a diverse team of young adults from across different backgrounds and walks of life who came together to serve as AmeriCorps national service members in some of our state's highest need and under-resourced public schools. We served as full-time tutors, mentors, and role models, following data-driven curriculum, working to help students make progress on attendance, behavior, and course performance. We did it full-time for a year, all for a modest living allowance and an education award that was equivalent to the Pell Grant, which is now between $6,000 and $7,000, which I used to help pay back my student loans. That experience changed my life. It jump-started my career, and honestly, looking back, it was the very best job that I ever had. I worked long hours, but it got me really fired up about giving back to my community. And in the rich bipartisan tradition of civilian national service, which dates back to the 1930s and 40s, with the Civilian Conservation Corps, whose legacy can be experienced to this day all across our state and around the country, including just down the road in Allenstown at Bear Brook State Park, which was built by the hands of the hardworking men of the Civilian Conservation Corps. It was only men at the time. Some of whom went on to serve in the military and work for the state of New Hampshire, start businesses, and even serve in the New Hampshire House of Representatives. Like me, they got their start serving their communities and their country as civilian national service members tackling the challenges of their time. For them, it was conservation. It was planting trees, protecting public forests from the ravages of fire, erosion, insect pests, and plant diseases. Opening up some of America's beautiful wilderness area by constructing roads and trails, and building useful facilities like bathhouses and picnic pavilions, which I enjoyed with my family just this past summer. It's inspiring to know that I stand on the shoulders of giants who came before me, and it's upon the continued bipartisan legacy of national service over the last 30 years with AmeriCorps that I come to you today to propose the next chapter here in New Hampshire, the Clean Energy, Community Resilience, and Conservation Corps. So House Bill 1499 prepares the state of New Hampshire to be competitive when applying for federal funding through AmeriCorps, specifically for the purpose of establishing this type of focused youth civilian national service corps that provides valuable hands-on career training, supports clean energy, community resilience, and conservation efforts across the state, and mobilizes young people to come together across difference to make a difference, which is something that I think we can all agree we need more of right now. The New Hampshire Clean Energy, Community Resilience, and Conservation Corps would be designed to build upon the existing network of AmeriCorps through Volunteer New Hampshire, which is our state's commission for national and community service, and local nonprofit programs like the Student Conservation Association, whose national headquarters is actually here in New Hampshire. It's in Charlestown. And it has a flagship program that operates out of Bear Brook State Park. Programs that are already accomplishing really important work like wildfire remediation, resiliency, disaster response, and workforce development, but also establish new programs that address specific needs in communities across our state. So what does it look like in action? Well, that's up to you and to members of the study committee if we create it. But other pilot programs across the country are doing really important work to reduce carbon emissions, save energy costs by weatherizing homes and public buildings, performing energy audits, installing solar panels and other renewable energy systems. AmeriCorps members can also be found supporting urban areas by creating and maintaining city parks and green spaces, improving stormwater management, maintaining city parks and green spaces. I already said that. Recycling, maintaining urban farms. AmeriCorps members reduce greenhouse gas emissions associated with food systems through community gardens, farm-to-table initiatives, reducing food waste, nutrition education, and whether it's in response to or in preparation for the increasing likelihood of natural disasters, AmeriCorps members help communities prepare, respond, and recover from natural disasters. So, we want to be well positioned to make our case to the federal government, to AmeriCorps, that New Hampshire is ready to stand up a clean energy, community resilience, and conservation corps here in the Granite State. And that's what my bill would do. It would convene stakeholders, executive departments, national service field, local community leaders, nonprofit organizations of interest, high schools, institutions of higher ed, employers to shape, launch, and sustain a program that meets the unique needs of the Granite State. Over the summer and fall, I would envision that this committee would identify public, private, and nonprofit funding sources, community needs, potential partnerships. There's work that needs to be done to identify projects and partner with AmeriCorps and Volunteer New Hampshire, which would be responsible for grant making and oversight. There was a study conducted a few years back by ICF and commissioned by the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation, found that national service programs that leverage the skills and talents of citizens to address unmet community needs offer substantial monetary benefits for all stakeholder groups and a significant return on investment. Economists report that for every dollar that Congress appropriates to AmeriCorps returns more than $17 to society, program members, and the government. I hope that there will be partnerships with employers to ensure that workforce funding and curriculum is in place, including apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeship programs. They'll ensure that these AmeriCorps members not only have an impact during their term of service, but are also set up for 21st century clean energy jobs that will come online in the coming years as our energy economy shifts away from fossil fuels and into renewables. And that's why companies like Revision Energy and, which Dan Weeks is an AmeriCorps alum himself. I know he often testifies in front of this committee, but Dan knows that his company stands to benefit from a program like this and the quality workforce that it will produce. Young people want to do this work. Half of all voters under the age of 45 say that they would consider joining a program like this if a position was available to them. Our environment needs it. Our state's economy is going to need workers with this kind of background and training, so it's really a win-win. There was a study commission a few years ago that studied pathways from civilian national service programs like AmeriCorps and the Peace Corps to an affordable degree or credential and a meaningful career here in the state of New Hampshire. There's some good recommendations in there that I think can help the work of a study committee to really define a program that will be successful, deliver results for the communities it serves, and then also prepare the 21st century workforce with the workers that it needs. So with that, happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Wilhelm. So I have a couple of questions to start out. You mentioned in your testimony AmeriCorps and something called New Hampshire Volunteers. Volunteer New Hampshire, is that what it was?
That's right.
Sorry. The bill doesn't mention those organizations anywhere. So I'm a little bit confused about what the purpose of the study committee would be. Would it be to work with AmeriCorps to establish something here in New Hampshire? Or on line 11, it says, shape a new civilian national service program. What does shape mean in this context? I'm confused about exactly what you're trying to accomplish. here.
Sure. Yeah. So before new national service programs launch, and there's an umbrella called AmeriCorps, and underneath it are different types of programs. Some are education focused, like the one that I served in called City Year. The Student Conservation Corps is another example. There are these clean energy and conservation and community resilience corps that are cropping up across the country because young people have said that they want to do this type of service in their communities because they're interested in jobs that could result from being a part of sort of this transition from fossil fuels to the clean energy economy. This study committee would convene stakeholders, which would include AmeriCorps, could include Volunteer New Hampshire, but also include higher ed institutions, could include local nonprofit organizations, could include community leaders and nonprofits that are doing good work in their communities that said, hey, this is a way for us to scale our work, to do more of it, and engage young people in the process. So, you know, in order to apply for federal funding that would be available, they need to go through their state service commission for New Hampshire. That's called Volunteer New Hampshire. And that's how you get access to AmeriCorps funding. And there are millions of dollars that are available through that program that has had bipartisan support over the last 30 years.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions? Representative Harrington.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I notice you mentioned federal fundings, and I see there's no FN on this bill. So is the goal going forward that there would be state funds as well as federal taxpayer dollars used to fund this new core or whatever it is?
Yeah, it's a great question, Representative. So I think looking at private funding, looking at philanthropic funding, that is how most of these AmeriCorps programs are funded. There are some states or municipalities that also provide funding from time to time. That has not been a tradition here in the state of New Hampshire. So many of these programs get up and running. They get a chunk of funding from the federal government, but then they get additional funding that's fundraised through foundations, through philanthropy, New Hampshire Charitable Foundation, for example.
Follow up, quick.
Follow up.
So when you say federal money, you mean taxpayer dollars?
I mean federal funding, which is taxpayer dollars. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for being here. My reading of the bill is that it doesn't actually establish this core that you're talking about. What it does do, though, is hopefully create a blueprint that is going to be available, that'll be there, so that if federal funds do become available or other funding sources do become available, that we can then take advantage of that, and that at that point we would actually establish this core. Can you just clarify that for me?
You bet. And I think there are a number of different ways that new cores can become established. Some have been completely privately funded in the past, to say, hey, we're going to start a pilot program to show that this works, so that when we apply for additional funding, we've got a track record of impact that we can point to. Others, take the time to put together a plan before applying directly for federal funding or for money that's allocated to Volunteer New Hampshire, and then they decide where that funding goes. So this is really a process to pull stakeholders together to decide what a program could look like in the state of New Hampshire, identify partners. Perhaps there's a college or university that wants to offer academic credit, that wants to offer additional scholarship dollars because they're looking for these types of young people who are, community minded and service driven, who want a career in this particular area. I think we need to jumpstart that process in order to figure out what the power and possibility and potential is here in New Hampshire.
Follow up? Follow up? So, we put this plan together. We've identified, funding avenues, et cetera. Would we need state legislation to actually establish this core, or could that happen without legislative action?
Thanks for the follow-up question. It could happen without legislative action. It could be that there is a leading nonprofit organization or a college or university that steps forward to say, I want to be the fiscal sponsor of this program, because we see it as an opportunity for us to meet our strategic mission, and they could take it and run with it. And they may have ideas about the ways that they could fund it. Again, to not require any state funding, because again, there are many AmeriCorps programs that are running throughout the state of New Hampshire, and they don't have AmeriCorps. They don't have state funding. They only have federal funding, which again is matched, that is leveraged to have a 1 to 17 impact.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for being here. The deliverable is a report that goes to the House and the Senate and the President and all that kind of. Could another deliverable be a federal application for funding, or is that part 2? Does that come afterwards?
That's part 2, but I think the application for federal funding would be strengthened by a plan like this.
Thank you.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. My question is around the description of the deliverables that you're going to try and get to in the time frame that you have, because November 1st is the cutoff, right? The report's going to be delivered in a relatively timely manner. So I'm just wondering whether you think the timeline is sufficient in order to achieve the goals of identifying the stakeholders and then getting those stakeholders to identify the details of the program, which seems quite fulsome. I mean, it can cover a lot of things in a state this diverse, right? It could be all kinds of stuff.
For sure. Thanks for the question. I do think that there is ample time to pull together even just sort of the bare bones plan. And then from there, I think there will be a number of recommendations that would come out of the study that could include further work to identify funding sources, further work to identify local projects to make sure that we're having a reach in urban areas and suburban areas and rural areas across the state. It could be a decision made at the study, through the study, to just focus on conservation, just focus on clean energy, just focus on community resilience, or 2 out of the 3. Lots of different ways this could go. But I do think that it's an ambitious plan, but also achievable in the amount of time that's allotted.
Follow up?
Okay, so along those lines, what I was thinking was, do you anticipate that when you try to pull together the stakeholders for this initial slice at the apple, that you would be trying to identify stakeholders who might be able to stay engaged? I'm trying to figure out what the through line is, right? So stakeholders that might be willing to stay engaged in terms of managing the project, because you need some kind of a governance structure. And if the report doesn't come back to us asking us to do something further, what happens? Does it just get dropped? So I'm just wondering who do you perceive as being participants in this study if it goes forward?
You bet. Thanks for the follow-up. So I think that the stakeholder groups, include nonprofit organizations that are already doing this kind of work already. It could include colleges and universities, high schools, could include employers, potential employers. I think there are a lot of different stakeholders that could come to the table. I think the hope is that one or more of them emerge that would be willing to serve as the fiscal sponsor of the project to really take ownership of it and say, we're gonna run it, whether it's a 12-person program or it's a 36 or maybe a 60-person program. Lots of different ways that this plays out in other states and in other communities. But I do think that that is one of the goals, is to figure out who's really interested in driving this and seeing what their willingness is to take it on. Thank you.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I heard you go through the list of potential taskings that these various service organizations could do, some of them included what I consider operational private businesses, or there are people out there doing that kind of thing. So how are we going to make sure that we don't have a federally funded organization coming in and taking away private business opportunities?
Representative, thanks for the question. One of the really smart things that I think was in the AmeriCorps legislation that passed by the federal government 30 years ago was to making sure that no private employees or even public sector employees are being displaced by new national service opportunities. So that is something that is in federal statute, and it is against the law, and there are regular audits to ensure that that doesn't take place.
Representative Notter has a question.
Thank you. I have a three-part question. Can you define coastal wetlands, describe how you protect them, or rebuild them rather, and then explain how rebuilding them protects the coastal communities from storm surges and flooding?
Great question. And so these are some of the duties and responsibilities that have been put out by the federal government saying, hey, if you're going to develop a future program like this, this may be one of the things that you consider. So I'm not going to sit here and define that. I think what's important is that if the study committee is established, that they consider whether or not that is something that would fit the description here in the state of New Hampshire, whether that's something that Corps members could or should be working on, because it's not something, each of these programs, it isn't like there's just sort of a cookie cutter that says, hey, this is it, it's going to look the same in all 50 states across the country or in every community across the US. It's really important that there's a group that is invested in the concept that really discerns whether or not that is something that is appropriate for that community. And so that's what the study committee would do.
Representative Tony Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for coming in and presenting this bill. This is a national service program that's being promulgated by the federal government. Is it up and running? And I might have missed this in your testimony, but is it up and running in other states? And what does that look like? Is it being funded by, as you mentioned, private businesses or colleges, or who's behind the funding for it?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it looks different in different states. I know that there are 5 states that have a program like this operating now, another 5 that are shovel ready and that are getting private philanthropy to help them pilot their programs. Maine established one, I think it's either 2 or 4 years ago now. And they are just now getting Corps members up and running. So they are really kind of a pioneer of this. And I think it would be interesting to look, especially when we think about, wetlands, does it make sense to take a look at what Maine is doing? Maybe it makes sense to bring colleagues from Maine, knowing that there are similar, environmental there's some similarities between our 2 states, given our proximity. Does it make sense to bring them in to talk about what they're doing, what their approach is, to make sure that we're not reinventing the wheel?
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that Volunteer New Hampshire could conceivably be part of this. And as I see it, if we do something through the legislature, we might do nothing but slow it down, because before anything could happen, we have to have the commission give a report. We have to have bills filed. And so that puts us into the middle of 2025 at the earliest, whereas I would think that a private organization could be more nimble. Would you disagree or agree?
It's a really good question. And I think given the funding cycles for AmeriCorps, which run through Volunteer New Hampshire, having a report that was finalized by, I think it's November 1st in the legislation, would be good timing in terms of preparing an organization or a group of organizations to apply for that federal funding. So I don't think it would slow anything down. I think it might actually create some urgency to get people to move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you. I'm looking at your bill here on the section under duties, and it talks about deploying low-cost, reliable, clean energy. Could you be a little more specific as to what type of low-cost, reliable, clean energy you're referring to?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. I was actually thinking about this earlier today. So there was an article, trying to think who this was. So I'll share this around, but there was an article that ran back in July. I think this is, well, regardless. It was talking about school districts who want to take advantage of funding that is available to put up solar arrays. But there are a lot of school districts that are smaller that are struggling to find the technical assistance that they need in order to work through the paperwork and get access to the funding. I think solar is one example of clean energy that could be leveraged through this program. And I think you could have these AmeriCorps members actually providing technical assistance with local school districts that would then make federal money available, make state funding available, and then decrease cost to taxpayers.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Bill, so it sounds like what you're talking about is not low-cost, reliable, clean energy, but taxpayer-subsidized, reliable, clean energy, because whether it's coming from the state or from the federal government, it's all coming from taxpayers. So low cost is kind of deceiving here because the cost could be pretty high. It's just getting somebody else to pay for it. Is that correct?
I would just say that this bill is in your possession. If you feel like you want to amend it, you absolutely can do that.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more question for you. Are there any examples of similar processes that have been followed in New Hampshire where we've tried to do what you're proposing here, pulling together a stakeholder group, creating a blueprint, et cetera?
I don't know that it's been done through the state government.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's come together in different ways, and I think this is one way that some states go about it. But there are a number of different processes that could be used.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You stated that 5 states already have this program running, 5 are shovel-ready. Is there a template or a how-to guide, either from the federal government or from the state governments, that could be used as a platform for this program?
Yeah, thanks for the question. There's a coalition called America's Service Commissions that supports Volunteer New Hampshire and the other, I think it's 51 states and territories that have these service commissions that support national and community service across the country. They have put together a guidebook for things to consider for new programs like this that are being set up, and would absolutely be a part of that process. And I think would be, happy to come and testify as well.
Thank you.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are other organizations that do not have the broad mandate that you're looking for here, but have selected pieces of it. So like the Agriculture Extension Service at UNH, or even 4-H or FFA. I mean, those are great conservation organizations. How does this approach help them, or does it detract from them? Or what is the interface in that kind of relationship?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I actually think that they benefit from additional capacity that these AmeriCorps members can provide. And so if there is a larger organization that is the fiscal sponsor of the program for the state, oftentimes they have a way that they can deploy members, even full-time, year-round, for 12 months to a local nonprofit that may not have the administrative capacity to apply for that funding themselves because they only they only have room in their office for one more person, but that one person could make a huge difference for the mission of their organization. So that is a way that national service programs are set up, and a function that kind of larger fiscal sponsor can play in supporting the local network of nonprofits across the state.
Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. And thank you, Representative Bernardi. I have a follow-up question to what you just asked. I'd like to extend that question to what I see here in your duties in the Section 1. So as I read some of the duties here, we have many state agencies that seem like that would come under their purview, a Department of Energy, Fish and Game, agriculture, so on and so forth. How does this Corps mesh with these organizations that I'm sure are looking at the same things? You're talking about a private organization, a state agency, possible diverging if they're not coordinating carefully. How does this Corps help these state agencies do their job without interfering with them?
That's a great question. Actually, you can look at the Student Conservation Association. They have a Student Conservation Corps across the state of New Hampshire, and they have a partnership with the state parks here in New Hampshire, so that come spring, summer, and fall, their members are deployed across the state to help provide education to folks who are, visiting the parks, provide that environmental education, do trail work, and that is done in deep coordination with the Commissioner of Natural and Cultural Resources, which oversees the state parks.
Follow up.
Thank you. Follow up. What are the 5 states that have this program operating already?
I'll have to get back to you on that. Yeah, I can get back to you with the 5 states that currently have it and the 5 states that are shovel ready and that are getting some private philanthropy to get up and running.
Okay, I have a question for you. The on line 28 of page 1 of the bill, says develop a sustainable member recruitment strategy. Could you expand on that by telling me how many people you envision this Corps being comprised of? And since AmeriCorps enabling legislation said that this organization can't compete with the private sector or the public sector for employees, where are these people going to come from? So what exactly does this develop a sustainable member recruitment strategy mean?
Yeah, so thanks for the question, Chairman. I think a member recruitment strategy first is defining what are the ages of the Corps members. I think oftentimes you see in these youth corps, it's 17 to 25. So you get a mix of folks who may have just graduated from high school, may have dropped out of high school and are working to get their GED, but also want some on-the-job work training. You get folks who are taking a gap year between high school and college. Say, I want some time off from school, but I want to develop myself and maybe get some focus before I start paying a lot of money to go to college. You can get some folks who have finished a 2 years associate's degree at a community college who are considering going on to get their bachelor's degree at a 4-year institution. You could get folks like me who had just wrapped up their bachelor's degree and were thinking about going to grad school, but wanted to get some practical real world experience in the meantime. I think a comprehensive recruitment strategy really helps to define what types of applicants you're looking for, because it could be one of those areas. It could be just for opportunity youth who are out of school and out of work, who didn't get their high school diploma, and this is a way to get them back on track. Or it could be a mix of all of them, because in my humble opinion, one of the most brilliant things about civilian national service in this country is it brings together diverse young people from different backgrounds and walks of life. to learn from each other, to realize how much we actually have in common, to get people working together to deliver results and make a difference for their community on something that they're really passionate about. And so I would like to see it be one of those all of the above approaches, but that member recruitment strategy is something that, funders, whether we're talking about AmeriCorps and the federal government, or we're talking about the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation, who this fiscal sponsor could go to and say, hey, we've got this new idea. Would you be interested in funding a small 5-person program? They're going to be looking for answers to that question. Now, in terms of the size of the Corps that you're talking about, you were asking that question directly. I think it could be, I've seen successful Corps that have as many as 150 people that are serving all across the city of Boston and in underserved public schools. But I've also seen programs that have just 3 members who are doing something very specific for a nonprofit organization to help fulfill their mission. So I think it could be any size, but I think you should rest easy knowing that no AmeriCorps members will be displacing any other employee, whether you're talking about a public, private, or nonprofit sector organization.
So as a follow-up, would these people be paid?
They receive a living stipend, so it's a small living stipend. I think when I was serving in the Corps, and this was back in 2005, we were making, I think it was like $275 every couple weeks. So it was something to help pay for basic living expenses, knowing that we were serving our communities and serving our country. And then you get that education award at the end, which is really the driving thing that, when things get really tough 3/4 of the way through your service year, you've got that kind of light at the end of the tunnel, knowing that you can pay back some of your loans from college.
So earlier you mentioned that some of these volunteers or some of these service organization folks would help towns with technical assistance if they wanted to install some solar panels or so on and so forth.
Yeah.
How are you going to attract people who have that kind of background and expertise if all they're going to be paid is a simple stipend to help them meet their living expenses?
Yeah. Thanks for the follow-up question. I think there are a number of different reasons why people serve in these corps. Sometimes people are trying to rebound from a negative experience that they had, and they're looking for an opportunity to learn some new skills, knowing that there's some really good training that's involved with AmeriCorps and a national network. I think when we talk about these 10 programs that, by the end of this year will be up and running all across the country, there's a lot of information sharing. There's a lot of, training that will be shared between those organizations. I also think that there are, a number of employers that are looking for employees who are entry level, but who do have a little bit of experience and want to know that they've worked through this topic before, that have done some things to prove that this is something that they're interested in, have some skills in. And I think AmeriCorps provides a really great entry level opportunity for young people to prove that they're committed to seeing it through for, a full year, 1,700 hours of service over 12 months. But also enough that they say, yeah, I'm interested in continuing to do this, perhaps as a full-time job.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, so it sounds like AmeriCorps sort of acts as an apprenticeship program. I mean, people are learning skills and they're going forward. Are there any statistics on how many positions lead to a full-time job following the service?
Yes, thanks for the question. There's some research maybe about 5 years ago that actually talks about how employers are looking for this type of person, that they're actually a really good fit and that they are committed to doing the work. I think so often HR departments are trying to figure out what to do, especially in a job market like we have right now. But if someone has a year of AmeriCorps on their application and that they saw that through to completion, they really jump out of the pile. So I can get you, it's a 25-page report, but I can send that around to the committee as well.
Okay, thank you, Representative Wilhelm, for introducing this bill. One more question from Representative Harrington.
Thank you. You follow up to what the chairman just asked about getting qualified people. Let's assume you can. You can get qualified people. Now, you talked about people going to a town or a school district and helping them do the analysis for solar and how big and all this other stuff. And yet you're not going to replace any workers in the private sector. Okay, I own a solar farm for a solar company, for example. Now, instead of hiring me, they're going to get this discount or free help from this core of yours. So I lose money. And I don't hire as many people as I would because I'm only doing maybe the final installation, but none of the design and the grant application and all that other stuff that I'd be doing otherwise. So it seems like to me you're going to be taking away jobs from people in the private sector and substituting with these government subsidized jobs at low pay.
Thanks for the question. I think right now what we're seeing is local school districts saying they can't afford the technical assistance to apply for the grants that they need to do their solar installs. And so I can send that article around. I mean, it was something from July. If that's the barrier that is keeping that school district from installing solar and decreasing the utility bills for their municipality, then I think that's money well spent. But, it's up to you to decide what to do with this legislation. Thank you, Chairman, and thanks to the committee. I appreciate the questions.
Thank you. All right, next up, I'd like to call forward the Honorable Tim Egan from Sugar Hill, New Hampshire, representing WMCC, and I'm sure he will tell us what that is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, Timothy Egan from Sugar Hill. I'm the workforce development consultant at White Mountain Community College in Littleton and Berlin, as well as a part-time faculty at Northern Vermont University, which is now becoming part of Vermont State University. So too many schools that I work for. I'm here to support this bill. I've had two unique experiences, one in the media services world, serving as a media vendor for City Year Boston and AmeriCorps, and I have firsthand seen the impact that civilian community corps can have on a neighborhood, and I think that this is a valuable effort that this committee to study this type of legislation would be important to have, as well in my roles as a part-time faculty at Vermont State University. We have an outdoor education, tourism, and leadership program where students work in and around the community. And part of their goal is to get additional certifications. And they work with organizations like this type of civilian commission that could allow them to get certifications that could allow them to graduate faster, therefore save more money. For example, they actually have a program with the state of Maine where students there go study avalanche training, and most of these students work within the ski industry. So they're able to get this certification through a community core organization, and instead of having to pay tuition to take a class, they've gotten this certification over the summer or the winter, and they can graduate faster. From my role within the White Mountain Community College, I see a lot of students that come to school because they think they need to go to college, and some students aren't ready. And I think a core like this could allow students to take a gap year to explore themselves, their skills, their interpersonal skills, their ability to engage with other people in the community from different backgrounds. And it would allow them to be able to create some opportunities, sorry about that, for themselves. And that type of readiness would then allow them to go back to school with more focus, with more understanding of what they want to accomplish, and hopefully, again, therefore be more cost effective if they're going to go to college or community college. Part of what's important from an educator point of view, as well as a past legislator, is that finding ways to keep our students involved in our community and be civilian focused, community focused, is an important effort. And I applaud any bill that does that. And so the fact that this is just an effort to study the opportunity to create this would be an important start. And that's what I wanted to come and testify in front of you all today. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Representative Bernardi has a question for you.
Thank you, Chairman. So it's interesting you relayed how you can get certifications without going to school. What does the community college system think about that? Pulling away students from their potential.
That program is through Vermont State University, so it's not the Community College of New Hampshire. That's in the state of Vermont. Actually, the school engages students to do that. Part of the challenge that students in Vermont have is the cost of education. Vermont and New Hampshire have very high tuition, so there are programs at Vermont State University where they endorse students getting certifications through third-party organizations to help the students matriculate faster through the system. They actually think that students will stay in school and graduate if they are able to find more cost-effective ways to find third-party certifications that add to their diploma program.
Further questions? Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question about school tuitions, but just highlight the fact that we have the highest in-state tuition rates of any state in the country. And I was going to ask you, do you think that would help retain students and high school students from New Hampshire in New Hampshire if a program like this was available so that they could lower their university and college tuition costs, and therefore, you could keep more students in the state? Is that something that you envision with this program?
I've been a part-time faculty in 3 different institutions for the last 17 years. And when students aren't ready for college, that's a problem. And that actually ends up hurting schools. Students come in, they matriculate, and then they drop out. I think by giving students an opportunity to take a gap year through a civilian corps like this, build their skills, they then come ready for school, they do well or do better than they expected, and they are more fiscally responsible with spending their money to go through college. So I think these are the type of things that maybe give them skill sets that they didn't know they needed before they showed up to the college classroom when they left the high school classroom.
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I keep hearing mention of college, gap years, and so forth. And I wonder, is there any opportunity for low-income individuals to be involved in this? Because to live on the stipend is not possible. And for someone who's low income, you've got to have a real job that pays the bills now, not a year from now, not sometime in the future.
Well, I would imagine thank you for the question. I would imagine that was part of what would be studied in this is this available to students who have graduated high school and are still living at home, so they have some type of financial structure already, or they have some other type of employment on top of what they're doing in this program. I'm not sure that's part of why I think it's important to have a committee to study this and develop it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you're done with me.
Sorry, I had a side conversation going on
No,
there.
no problem.
Any further questions for Mr. Egan? Okay, seeing none, we thank you for testifying for us today. I'd like to ask Nick Paul of Clean Energy New Hampshire to give us his perspective on this legislation, proposed legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be extremely brief. I think I can do this in 3 minutes, but I will expect one of those cupcakes as a reward. I was just going to talk about workforce with you today, but this seems like a good opportunity based on the conversation you just had with Representative Wilhelm to talk about our Energy Circuit Rider program at Clean Energy New Hampshire. So when we're talking about having folks on the ground providing technical assistance to municipalities and small businesses, that is work that we are doing at Clean Energy New Hampshire currently. We have several ECRs around the state. And I can tell you that there is a persistent demand for those services, especially on the grant writing side. It's my personal opinion that having more boots on the ground in that area would not be usurping anyone's prerogative or financial interest. So that's something to think about. An organization like ours would be enthusiastic about partnering with a program like this or with AmeriCorps to train folks to assist our energy circuit riders in providing more of these services to more communities. So yeah, I would think about that. Someone asked which states already have these programs. So it's my understanding that Washington, Connecticut, California, Maine, and Colorado are those states that already have one of these entities stood up, and those that are looking at creating their own programs through public-private partnerships are as diverse as Arizona, Utah, Minnesota, North Carolina, and Maryland. The growth in the clean energy sector, as well as a shortage in filling those good paying jobs, are well documented. I've cited just one article from the New Hampshire Business Review, as well as the U.S. Department of Energy's annual energy employment by state report. Just to wet your beak, there are a lot more materials that cover these issues, and I'd be happy to pass those along as interest dictates. So.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Paul? Seeing none? Thanks a lot.
Much.
Appreciate you being here. And the last speaker on this bill will be Rob. Excuse me? Oh. Rob Werner, I guess it is, of the League of Conservation Voters. Correct, Rob? Welcome.
So on now, there we go. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that's correct. Rob Werner, I'm the state director for the League of Conservation Voters here in New Hampshire, and we certainly are very supportive of this concept. And I really see this bill as a conversation starter, as an opportunity for the legislature to provide some opportunity for input, to provide some credibility of leadership that you all have in terms of convening this conversation. And I believe that also that it will provide an opportunity, greater opportunity, additional opportunities to involve folks in our communities, to be helpful, to add to what is already happening in many communities in terms of community service and needed programs and perspectives on how to actually help people and help communities become more resilient, to provide opportunities for more information, pathways of knowledge, that kind of opportunity. So I really would urge you to support this legislation. Again, it's a conversation starter, and I think that you have an ability as leaders of our state to play a large part in that conversation, as you well should.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution to this conversation. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Rob. My concern, I mean, this is a great program. You know, I talked, I did an interview recently with somebody in town, Anita Krieger, who works with Eagle Scouts, and she told me that people, corporations look for Eagle Scout, you know, businesses, because that's a plus. They want to hire those people. That's what Representative Wilhelm was talking about. The ages of these are 17 to 25, so I assume they're still on their parents' health insurance. So that's one of my concerns is are these kids protected while they're in this program? And I think that's one of the things that needs to be figured out. But no, what was the other thing I was going to say? So they get a nominal amount of money. What is to keep a private employer from abusing them, making them work 40 hours a week for this nominal amount of money, which is even less than minimum wage?
Well, I have to say I don't necessarily have the answer to that very specific question, but I think that given the fact that there are 5 states that have these programs up and running and that there are 5 other states that are looking at it, I think there's an opportunity there to talk with colleagues in other states, and also to look at the existing AmeriCorps program. How does that operate, and how does the concern that you're raising, how is that handled in other avenues of service?
Thank you.
Additional questions, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Warner, for taking my question. You've mentioned several times service, and I think that really is the point of the bill. This legislature has had several bills recently discussing how schools were operating in terms of civics education. And I wonder if you could say anything about your experience in the nonprofit world with the value of teaching people what service in community is at an early age, because I think those are the people that become the most useful citizens or purposeful citizens, even in retirement. And I think, to me, that's the purpose of this bill, right, is to have a focal point so that youth in the state will have some place to go in terms of figuring out if they want to serve, how they can serve.
Well, I think there's certainly a real concept here of doing something for your community that's larger than yourself. And I think that has a strong societal benefit, that type of community building. Also know that employers for later in life, I think would be positive about these kind of experiences, because employers largely are looking for folks that are team builders, that are fast learners, that are open to new ideas and way of doing things, not so much necessarily the specific training, because what I hear from employers is we can train folks to do the specific jobs and skills. We're looking for folks that have developed community skills, interpersonal skills, and community orientation. That is something that's important around this. So I think that you bring up a very good concept about that in terms of civics and being connected to the community, and how that really builds our democracy, really, in the larger sense that we think of that, in terms of how we interact with each other and how we exchange ideas, and how is it that we are working together despite our differences to move things forward in a positive direction. So.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask, my question is in follow-up, kind of responding to the concern that was expressed by a couple of my colleagues about the potential for these core members to be doing things that displace, private businesses. Seems to me that in the age group we're talking about, 17 to 25, it's pretty unlikely that too many of folks who might volunteer for something like this are going to have technical skills like engineering skills to design a solar project or a wetlands restoration project or something like that. So would you agree that the likely roles, and I know partly because I know you've served a number of terms on the Concord City Council, right?
That's correct.
Municipal space. Isn't it likely that the roles that folks in a core like this are going to serve if they are placed with a municipality or with a nonprofit organization such as LCV, even though they're going to get some small stipend, isn't the role more likely to be like a volunteer staff member with, say, the city planning department or the town planning department or whatever nonprofit it might be? Because staff of these organizations are usually they have more work than they can handle. And somebody says, let's have the town undertake, look at putting a solar array on the municipal landfill, or let's have, a nonprofit that says, we know this wetland needs some restoration, but nobody on the staff of those organizations has time to delve into, the initial fact finding and the initial community outreach and the initial this stuff. So wouldn't these folks be undertaking, sort of volunteer staff member to do the grunt work, if you will, the grunt work that below the pay grade of the professionals, to help that municipality or that nonprofit put something in motion, and a lot of it may be grant writing in the end to get money but the role that these folks would play is more likely to be like kickstarting something that the community or the nonprofit needs.
I think so, because you bring up a good point. At that age, I certainly didn't have a lot of those skills when I was 17 years old. But I had some opportunities to do hands-on work, to learn things, and to build my own confidence about how I could operate in the world. And I think that's part of it too. So there's so many opportunities or different things that people could be doing. I mean, from a practical aspect of restoring wetlands, I remember with the old CCC, I mean, people were actually out there building things that we use today. And that certainly could be part of it in terms of helping communities become more resilient and work on some of the very practical projects that are needed to do that kind of work and to get to that point. So yes, I see it as an opportunity of skill building for later in life mostly, and to, again, build their own confidence, make connections, and I think bolster their own path in life as a positive experience.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, that's our last speaker, and I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1499. We will take a 5-minute break, and then we will commence with our fifth and final public hearing of the day at 2:12 this afternoon.
220, and we are on House Bill 1398, and the prime sponsor is Representative Michael Vose. Representative Vose, please introduce your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the committee. So I'm here this afternoon to introduce House Bill 1398. And I have submitted some written testimony, which is making its way around the table as I speak. This bill seeks to provide transparency and tracking for net metering costs and to ensure that every electric utility customer pays for the costs of net metering and has some way to figure out what those costs are. The bill accomplishes these goals by requiring regulated utilities to recover the cost of net metering and group hosting via a stranded cost recovery charge instead of standard rates. The bill also expands the definition of stranded cost charges to include net metering costs. That's the bill as introduced. That definition is probably not necessary and will be removed by an amendment that I will file tomorrow. The background on this bill. On January 29th of 2021, the PUC issued order number 26,450, in which the commission approved a settlement agreement regarding Eversource's request to recover costs associated with net metering group hosting via a non-bypassable stranded cost recovery charge. This mechanism spreads the cost of net metering to all customers, not just default service customers. Quoting the order, quote, "The Commission approves a settlement agreement providing for Eversource Energy's recovery of net metering and group host costs through its stranded cost recovery charge rather than through its energy service rate on an equal cents per kilowatt hour basis with corresponding offsets for any wholesale market revenue attributable to net metered facilities," unquote. The state's current regulated utilities list stranded cost recovery charges on monthly bills issued to their customers. While the components of the SCRC are not listed and can contain other stranded costs, customers can be alert to the changes in the charge should this bill become law and seek further information if they so choose. Thus, a consistent mechanism for providing information about net metering costs can help customers understand what their money buys, and that is the definition of transparency for consumers. Tracking net metering costs over time will provide an accurate picture of its true costs. That record can validate studies that predict that net metering costs do not encumber other customers. If the record shows the opposite, policymakers and regulators can adjust net metering tariffs as needed. As the earlier referenced PUC order stipulates, utilities can currently recover net metering costs without a change in law. Eversource has been using its SCRC to recover net metering costs since 2022. Unitil uses an external distribution charge rather than an SCRC, but this charge doesn't or may not appear on a customer bill. Therefore, the language of Section 2 of the bill currently specifies that regulated utilities will use a stranded cost recovery charge to recover net metering costs. In an amendment I will file tomorrow at exec session, I will change the language to read, "Distribution utilities shall recover costs associated with net metering and group hosting through a stranded cost recovery charge or other non-bypassable charge as approved by the Commission, as long as those charges are displayed on customer bills." One last thing I'd like to add to the record before I turn it over for questions is I'd like to read a bit from PUC order number 26,450 dated January 29th, 2021. Quoting now, quote, "We find that the settlement agreement represents a just and reasonable treatment of net metering and group host costs and revenues. Recovery of net metering and group host costs through an SCRC adder is appropriate because it addresses the costs in a non-discriminatory and non-bypassable manner. In addition, the current calculation and accounting methods are appropriate and would be continued. The net costs would be recovered on an equal cents per kilowatt basis, and the applicable carrying charge interest rate would be the same as has been applied to other such costs under prior rate recovery mechanisms." Further, it goes on to say that we find it appropriate to further investigate. Whoops, sorry, that was the wrong sentence. They go on to say, "We have reviewed the issues in this proceeding, evaluated the appropriateness of the SCRC recovery mechanism, and proposed rate treatment for Eversource's net metering and group host costs, and considered the settlement agreement among the parties and the staff. Based on that, we find that the provisions of the settlement agreement are just and reasonable and in the public interest." So that is the official record I wanted to establish for this bill, and I would now look forward to hearing what questions you have to ask.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. You say that this bill will provide added transparency to the recovery of net metering costs for ratepayers. And you say that that Eversource already uses a stranded cost recovery mechanism for such a purpose. If that's supposed to provide more transparency, then why I would wager that nobody on this committee knew that Eversource was already doing so. So I fail to see how putting the net metering rate on a stranded cost section provides greater transparency. That's not itemized. Nobody here even knew that they were doing that. So can you explain further how that provides transparency for ratepayers?
Well, because it's part of stranded cost recovery, you can look it up, or you can ask Eversource to give you the data on what those costs are if you're so interested. Now, it's not broken out on your bill. All it says on your bill is stranded cost recovery charge, and then there's a number. So you can't see what part of that is net metering costs, but you can find out if you now know that net metering costs are in stranded cost recovery charge.
Follow up?
So
you can so if I can interpret your answer, you can, by further digging into the data on your bill, you can find out what part of the stranded recovery costs is entailed through net metering recovery of net metering costs. Can't you do the same thing with your bill today by looking at the default service charge?
It would be much more difficult to do that today because it would be a much smaller part of the standard default service rate.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. Just as a way of sort of level setting for the discussion that we'll have tomorrow, the language in your bill and the first sentence of your testimony goes straight out and clearly makes a statement that net metering costs, that net metering imposes costs, and to ensure that every electric utility customer pays for the costs. Could you just explain for all of us now and everyone watching, what are the costs of net metering that you are referring to? The costs of net metering.
Well, if you read the PUC order that I referenced in my testimony, the costs are explained exactly how Eversource calculates it's net metering cost. It's basically what they pay to a customer generator for the exported electricity that they buy. And they keep track of those costs, and then they recover them through a series of mechanisms, but primarily through stranded cost recovery. There are some other credits that occasionally get applied, but mostly it's through stranded cost recovery.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
Okay, I will go and read that accounting, but could you just, for us now, when the utility pays a customer generator for their kilowatt hour, they're getting a kilowatt hour. They're paying for, they're buying something. So it seems that there's a cost, and then there's a product in return. There's a benefit. There's an asset that gets purchased with that cost. So what are clearly by wanting to recategorize these net metering costs as stranded costs, you're contending that it's an excessive cost. Could you explain a little bit more about why you see it as just a cost that ought to be categorized as a stranded cost when there's a resource procured for the cost?
Well, I never said it was an excessive cost, and I don't believe Eversource ever said that either in their proceeding before the commission. But it is a cost for Eversource because they have to pay for that electricity. Normally, they pay for electricity by issuing an RFP, contracting with a wholesale supplier to supply electricity, and they pay for it as they acquire it, as it's delivered to them. And so similarly, when it comes time to taking exported power from a customer generator, they have to essentially pay for it. And so they record those costs and they recover them through stranded cost recovery. That doesn't imply necessarily that those costs are excessive. It's just the way they do it. It's the way they have asked for permission to do it. The other way they could do it is through rates, just default service rates. They used to do it that way. Unitil does it differently. They have a mechanism they call the external distribution charge, which is similar. It's a non-bypassable charge. It's similar to a stranded cost recovery charge, but they don't call it that. They do have a separate stranded cost recovery charge that they use for other things, but they don't put it on the customer bill. So in the interest of transparency, the amendment I'll submit for tomorrow specifies that even that external distribution charge, if they want to continue to use it, should appear on a customer bill.
Representative Nutter?
Thank you. I always need a refresher course in net metering. So I was reading this while you were answering him, so I may have missed it. The cost of net metering spreads the cost of net metering to all customers, not just default services. So does that mean people who are part of net metering, they're paying a lower cost, and to recover the cost, the utility will charge everybody else more? Is that correct? So we're all paying for net metering, even those who are not part of net metering. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I fully understood the question, but what it all boils down to is that stranded cost recovery charge is part of the distribution charge on the bill, and that's a non-bypassable charge that everybody pays, whether you buy your electricity, the energy itself, from Eversource or not. If you get the energy distributed over Eversource's distribution system, then you'll pay that charge. So even if you're getting your electricity from an alternative supplier, you'll still pay the stranded cost recovery charge. So you'll pay the cost of net metering through that stranded cost recovery charge.
Representative Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I mean, my question is a little bit of a, I am kind of new to this, so a follow-up to my colleague here, which is, if you have a person with a solar panel and they're generating, a few watts of power, and they are allowed to sell that to the utility, I think your point was that that thing has the same value as the money they're paying for it. But what I would ask you is that power of any value to the utility, or is it completely useless? And, so they have to pay money out to people who happen to have a solar panel, but all it does is add cost to, the generation of electricity by, or the, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, if they have a plan for how to meet the load on the grid, and then one day it's a sunny day, they start sending a few watts, to the utility. Does that take the place of power that they've already bought from, Quebec Hydro or whoever? Yes. And, the follow-up I have to this, and maybe I have this all wrong, but a lot of these programs have always seemed to me like kind of a wealth transfer. It's people who got plenty of money and putting solar panels on their roof are being subsidized, and that cost is being paid for by, the guy who works in a grocery store and doesn't have any solar panels. So I don't know, am I completely off on this, or is there something to that?
There are questions about the value of net metered electricity because of its intermittency and the fact that utilities have to buy power that's always guaranteed to be there. There is a question about whether one is worth more than the other. I think that's outside the realm of this discussion, so I don't think we should get into that here today. But it's a question that you might want to do more research on.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. I actually wanted to just kind of clarify, we're kind of all over the place in how we're approaching what we're looking at in front of us. And I understand your point that you'd like to see greater transparency. So you're saying if it gets placed on the bill as part of the stranded costs, then people will be able to go somewhere and figure out what percentage of that comes from net metered charges. But as we've been having the conversation, we've gone back to the fact that it still is a rate recovery mechanism in terms of where it really falls. So my question is around us changing this categorization. And then you clarified and you mentioned that Unitil has created a new category for this, external distribution charge. And I think the reason they're trying to distinguish it is that the only way we can actually use distributed energy is by leveraging the distribution system, right? Somebody has to be able to manage it to get it to be useful right down the street. So I guess my question is, what is the benefit really of turning this into a stranded cost when I read the chapter on electric utility restructuring and see what it falls into the category of stranded costs? One of these things is not like the other. The rate recovery is a totally different animal, and I just don't understand why it would be in that category. I think it's more confusing to make it part of that category rather than have maybe a separate listing for it under rates.
I would answer that concern by suggesting that Mr. Licata from Eversource will be testifying after me.
Okay.
And maybe he can give you a rationale for why Eversource pursued this mechanism in the first place. They went to the Public Utilities Commission and requested permission to recover these net metering costs through stranded cost recovery, and were granted that permission by order number 26,450. And he might be able to give you a better explanation than I could, because I haven't read the full order recently, about exactly why they decided to do it that way. But it is a good question.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. In the last paragraph of your statement, you say that utilities can currently recover net metering costs without a change in law. Why do we need this law then? What does this law do what does this change, this bill? What would this bill change?
So the bill, as I intend to amend it, will require that the utilities recover their net metering costs through stranded cost recovery charges or a similar non-bypassable charge. Basically, the intent of the bill is to get that information on a customer bill so customers, if they choose to do so, have a mechanism and a way to go and investigate what these charges are.
Follow up?
Follow up.
But that information is already on the bill. So what I'm sorry, I'm just struggling with what we're gaining here.
Well, it is on the bill for Eversource. And if you knew what it was called, it would be on, it's not on the bill for Unitil because their extra or external distribution charge, as they call it, is not listed on the bill. And so the intent of my proposed bill is to get that charge listed on the bill, regardless of what utility you buy your electricity from. It's there now from Eversource, but it's not there from the other two utilities.
So, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I know you. Can I have one more follow-up?
You've had your two, wait till everyone else has their turn,
Okay.
then we'll come back. Representative Ploger.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my questions. Because of my lack of recall, I hope you can answer this. States regulated utilities, does that include the co-op? New Hampshire co-op? No, okay.
No.
Thank you.
Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Thomas. Chair Vose, my question is related to the renewable portfolio standard and renewable energy certificates requirements that our utilities need to meet in terms of percentages. It looks to me like some of this net metering is being used to meet those requirements. And so I would say that the value that the utilities are paying are in order to meet something that they are statutorily required to do. And therefore, I don't think there should be a stranded cost because they have to do it. Comments?
Well, the PUC says that it's perfectly acceptable to recover net metering costs via stranded cost recovery charge.
Follow up?
Follow up.
But it looks like a double dip just in terms of the statutory requirement because they have to in order to meet the renewable portfolio standard. So I can see the PUC maybe not taking that into consideration at the time that they made the ruling, but in terms of the new statute that we're looking to pass, we're still going to be in conflict with something that's already on the books.
I don't fully understand what you're trying to get at there. The RPS and net metering are completely different programs. So I'm not sure why you're conflating them. I'll need more explanation. Maybe we could talk about it offline.
Sure, we could discuss this offline. There's still a cost, but
It's okay.
all right.
Offline. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the transparency notion here. It's an amount that at this point we think is a cost. There's also an open docket at the PUC about net metering tariffs, and those may change. But it gets rolled into this stranded cost number. The average customer of a utility is going to just see this number. And yes, they could contact the utility and find out about it. Do you really expect many people to be doing that and really be aware that net metering costs are somehow being rolled into this and that they would then actually take the initiative to go and contact the big utility and try to get this answer?
Probably not. However, if we set this system up so that all utilities do track net metering costs this way, then that would make it easier and possible in the future to break out those costs and put them on the bill if it appeared to be worthwhile to do that. If you're not tracking them effectively, then it's harder to make it transparent what people are paying for.
Follow up.
Thank you. And if it were to turn out that net metering actually was not a cost that shifted because of the benefits of net metering, then should the bill reflect the actual benefits of net metering to everybody?
Well, I don't think the issue here is whether net metering costs are shifted. It's that net metering costs should be paid for by everyone as a non-bypassable charge. So it's not a matter of shifting the costs. I can't look at you and speak into the mic at the same time, sorry.
I know.
It's not a matter of costs being shifted. It's just a matter of costs being accounted for. I mean, a utility could do the same thing for, let's say, trucks. It could track the costs of trucks and recover those costs in a separate charge rather than in rates. It would be fundamentally the same issue, same question. So it's just a matter of how they go about recovering the costs for something that they're required to do.
Now would be a good time, Representative Munns.
Thank you. And please bear with me. So if I understand correctly, what you're proposing is that the methodology that Eversource is using be applied to all of the utilities so that we're consistent across all utilities. And you're not proposing any, call it policy change in terms of how we treat or view net metering costs. It's just purely how we report those costs.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Representative Thomas?
Wendy Thomas.
Well, I don't have a habit of calling on myself, so.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I think it's been mentioned in previous discussion, most people don't know what the heck net metering is. And so if you're proposing to put a net metering charge on a bill, will the bill also include a definition of what net metering is along with the benefits of it?
Well, I suggested that that's something that could be done in the future, but I'm not suggesting that we do that now.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Representative Vos, for your testimony. And moving right along, I'm going to call upon Mr. Griffin Roberge, no stranger to our committee, representing Department of Energy. He might be defense.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, for the record, Griffin Roberge, State Energy Program Manager at the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Going around the room right now, or making its way, is a letter of testimony from the department. The department is neutral on the bill as introduced. As has been discussed, House Bill 1398 requires the costs of net energy metering to be assessed under a stranded cost recovery mechanism by by New Hampshire's electric utilities. For context, and it's been mentioned earlier, the cost of all net metering payments to customers who export energy to the distribution grid and payments made to group net metering hosts are already included in non-bypassable rate components such as stranded cost charges paid for by all customers. These net metering costs have been included in rate elements that all customers must pay, so that there's no avoiding those costs, whether or not if you go to a competitive supplier or otherwise. All of New Hampshire's electric utilities have or are currently undergoing adjudicative proceedings at the PUC to establish rate mechanisms that include the costs associated with net metering. For example, Eversource currently has one under DE 23091. That's an annual review of their stranded costs that is currently in process. As again has been mentioned, Eversource uses a stranded cost recovery charge on each customer's bill, and that cost includes not just net metering costs, but also costs related to the divestiture of generation assets it held in 2018, as well as other RGGI costs, environmental remediation costs related to former manufactured gas plants, etc. Unitil currently has a docket underway, and again, that's DE 23057. That's an annual review of Unitil's external delivery charge, which again is another version of a non-bypassable charge that's comprised of RGGI rebates, transmission charges, net metering costs, and other costs as well. Finally, Liberty Utilities currently has an active ongoing distribution rate case under DE 23039, where the company proposed the creation of a non-bypassable rate mechanism called the Electric Reconciliation Adjustment Mechanism, or ERAM. This non-bypassable rate mechanism would bring together a number of various costs that are currently collected elsewhere and places them all under the umbrella of one non-bypassable rate mechanism. This proposal would include net metering costs, and in that ongoing docket, the department is supportive of that proposal, and if approved by the PUC, this mechanism would likely be included, or I should say, this rate mechanism will be similar to those that are done by Eversource and Unitil. Should HB 1398 as introduced proceed in its current form, and I understand Representative Vos indicated he might have an amendment tomorrow, the committee might want to consider amending the effective date of the bill, requiring all New Hampshire electric distribution utilities to meet this language within 60 days would likely not be possible for the one remaining utility that this bill would likely impact, which is Liberty, because they are currently undergoing a regulatory process on that non-bypassable rate right now. Additionally, the bill's focus to have net metering costs assessed under a stranded cost recovery mechanism may be too specific, as it could create additional administrative and regulatory burdens to move these costs from where they currently are, as the PUC approved them, to meet the statutory language provided under this bill. Obviously, the department is always willing to provide technical feedback on amendments, bills, what have you, and that position is not changing here. I'm more than willing to talk about any proposed amendment. And with that, I'll close my testimony.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Mr. Roberge. I'm curious about these, what do you call them, these new rate cases that the utilities are bringing to recover their costs, stranded costs, in other words.
Sure.
Could you provide information as to what costs they are considering when they call for these costs, these net metering costs to be? What could you itemize those costs for us?
So thank you for the question. So by and large, the costs for net metering that are recovered under these non-bypassable rate mechanisms are those costs that are paid to customers who export power to the grid from their systems. Obviously, that number ebbs and flows every year. Oh, sorry.
Just clarification. So they're charging the cost. The cost that they're charging equals the amount that they are paying to the customer generators.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry about that. So I'm just trying to remember where I picked off. So the cost of paying those customers who export energy back to the grid, that ebbs and flows over time because the default service rate changes. So if rates go down, net metering costs likely go down. If energy costs go up, net metering costs likely go up as well. Each of the utilities, through various adjudicative proceedings at the PUC, I know a lot has been discussed here about emulating Eversource's style in the PUC proceeding. Unitil and Liberty have different non-bypassable rate mechanisms that have been approved by the PUC. They're not just a standard stranded cost recovery charge like Eversource. They're called different things, but they're all essentially a non-bypassable rate mechanism. Everybody pays them. Nobody can avoid them.
So they get the energy
may I
from the
remind-
customer. Follow up.
One
If
follow-up.
I
Go
may,
ahead.
yeah. So the utilities are receiving that energy that they've paid for, and they're also getting the money back that they pay.
Correct.
Okay. Sounds like a good deal.
Representative Lewicki.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Roberge. I'm somewhat new to this now, and we are talking about various things. I just looked at ISO New England's site, and they say that their wholesale, the price for New Hampshire now is 8 cents a kilowatt hour. How does that compare with the default rate, and is the default rate the same as the net metering rate?
Thank you for the question. Yes. Let me flip over here. Forgive me. There are a number of different, I should say there's net metering tariff 1.0, net metering tariff 2.0. So there's different tariffs that apply to different customers, based on the time that they interconnected. So their compensation might be different depending on what tariff they fall under. But circling back to what I mentioned to Representative Kaplan's question, I know that energy rates were up due to the Ukrainian crisis and the inflationary pressures. Those costs are coming down. So therefore, the costs that would be assessed for net metering under these rate mechanisms would likely be lower as well. I think that maybe answered your question. I'm not sure. Okay, we can talk more offline.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Griffin.
No,
Always
thank
good
you.
to see you. Mr. Roberge.
You're good.
So I'm a little confused by this the sentence. Additionally, HB 1398's focus to have net metering costs assessed under a stranded cost recovery mechanism may be too specific, as it could create additional administrative and regulatory burdens to move these costs from their current rate mechanisms to meet the bill's specific requirements. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. So I think I'd offer 2 points. Is that, again, Eversource being one of the largest utility in the state has stranded costs. And stranded costs are those investments that at the time were used and useful for the delivery of electricity. Before, they have been in the process of selling off of their electric plants. They are still recovering stranded costs from those investments at that time. Liberty and Unitil, just by the basis of what a stranded cost is, recovering costs that in the past used to be used and useful for the provision of electricity, don't have stranded costs. So I think the department wants to highlight is that you call it a stranded cost, but it's not really a stranded cost. That's one. And then two, administrative and regulatory burdens. There are dockets already currently underway across these different adjudicative proceedings, which have been soliciting testimony and ongoing proceedings. This bill might inadvertently throw a wrench into those proceedings and just say, legislature says you have to shift it to this rate recovery mechanism. Do this.
Follow up.
So, based on what you've just told me, I'm surprised that the department is neutral, given that you're telling me that it's probably not appropriate as a stranded cost, and it would throw a wrench into open dockets.
Sure. And I thank you for the question. That is why I am here today, to testify to that fact. But obviously, I've heard it discussed earlier that this is an effort to bring transparency onto customers' bills. This is a policy call for the legislature to make. If they think that this is a prudent decision to make, certainly you're free to do so. We just make you aware of what the impacts could be, good or bad.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
I was looking at you.
Okay, I'm trying to follow the ping pong that's happening here. So we've already established that the cost, if it becomes rolled into stranded costs, is not going to appear on the bill, right? It will be part of a charge that does not call out any specificity. In other words, the transparency issue that you're saying, you're here to support us because the chairman said it's based on transparency. Can you speak to whether this bill, as written, if you haven't seen the amendment yet, and I haven't, would lend itself to transparency? Because that's what I don't understand. I don't see the argument that the bill is actually lending any transparency for the consumer.
Sure.
And that's already been brought up, actually.
No, and I thank you very much for the question. So, I mean, it is a matter for this committee to consider. You know, Eversource's stranded cost recovery charge, which is displayed on the customer's bill, is not itemized to include all the various costs that are recovered under the stranded cost recovery charge. It's not just net metering; it's a bunch of other costs as well. I cannot comment on Unitil. I don't remember off the top of my head if they display the external delivery charge on their bill, but much to the same point, that charge, okay, Representative Bernard is shaking his head, I'll take him at his word. Not sure, probably not displayed on a customer's bill, but that cost does not just include net metering costs that Unitil is recovering. Liberty Utilities is currently undergoing a rate case now, so depending on what the outcome of that rate case is, I wouldn't be surprised if right now Liberty doesn't have anything on
And
its bill
follow
either.
up?
Follow up.
And hopefully this will be a little more pointed since we've been over that already. You did mention that because Eversource, moving from PSNH, had a different set of stranded recovery costs, which is really what the statute lists here. They list Eversource's stranded examples of stranded costs. And it has nothing to do with rates, which is why I was confused, because it seems like rates are inappropriately put in there. But you're saying all the utilities now are using stranded costs to cover various things that do not include the same categories of things that are in the statutory language that we have? Is that correct?
Thank you. Let me clarify. Each of the utilities has their own respective non-bypassable rate mechanism to capture these costs. For Eversource, they have a number of stranded costs left to recover. Theirs is recovered under a stranded cost recovery mechanism. Unitil and Liberty, to the best of my knowledge and talking with folks from our regulatory support division, do not have stranded costs. They're not recovering, they're not continuing to divest themselves of investments that they made.
So you were referring to non-bypassable charges, which they all have, but you
just one
weren't
follow-up.
saying that this is just clarification. You weren't saying that the information that is currently in statute for stranded costs applied to all. This is basically as a result of the restructuring for
Yes,
PSNH.
that's mostly the case. That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So, Mr. Roberge, by putting the all net metering charges from whatever utility in a stranded cost line, we are consolidating that information for transparency purposes. So if anybody wants to go looking for what those costs are, they're already aggregated by each utility. They don't have to go looking for them or figure them out from whatever track they use. They're in one spot. It can easily be identified. That's the transparency issue that we're talking about. Is that correct?
That's what I believe the discussion to be. That's correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to assure my colleagues that I did not say anything to the people on this side. They left of their own volition. Thank you, Mr. Roberge, for coming in and talking and speaking with us. So I think you heard some of my struggles in the questioning I had of Chairman Vose. And I guess I want to ask you a similar question. This bill doesn't change anything that's already being done. Is that correct?
As introduced, that is how the department reads it. That's correct. The only thing that the bill would do, to use what you had asked earlier, is it would emulate Eversource's style and apply it to all utilities.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So is this bill necessary?
That is a decision for the legislature to make.
A very smart answer.
Representative Cloutier.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lobarge. Representative Bernardi asked one of them.
Yep.
That if I had 3 properties, 3 utility bills, I can correlate the net metering charge with this from each one. What percent of that bill would be net metering?
You could, yes, you could.
And just to confirm, in your thing, you says by New Hampshire Electric Utilities, all of New Hampshire. Are you including the co-op?
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
And easy, yeah.
Okay, we're starting to cover same territory. I'll give the last question to Representative Thomas.
Thank you very much. So we've spent a great deal of time, and I don't know if you're the right person to ask this of, talking about these charges. Can you give us some specific examples of what these charges are? How much does it cost to buy from a net metering system?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So, and first off, I didn't say it last time, but happy birthday. If it's all right, I'd like to follow up with you for a little bit more information on that. There is something on our website that details the cost by which net metering customers are compensated. I think it'd just be easier if I were to print that off and give it to you. Regarding the costs that are recovered under the entire non-bypassable rate mechanism, I provided some examples here in my letter of testimony. I didn't include all of them. If it's helpful, I can talk with regulatory support and see if we can put up a document. Yep.
Okay, seeing others, more questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Roberge, for your testimony. And I will call on Mr. Licata from Eversource.
Good afternoon, Michael Licata representing Eversource. I put 2 minutes on my card. Maybe we could do it in one, given all the questions that have been asked, but I did bring up my laptop in case you stumped me on a question. So Eversource is neutral on the legislation as introduced. As has been discussed, Eversource does recover the cost of payments to customers and group hosts who net meter through the stranded cost recovery charge. This has been the case, as stated, since PUC order in 2021, approving the recovery through the stranded cost recovery charge. I would note, and I think if I understood Representative Vos, the bill sponsor, correctly with his proposed amendment, I do think it would be a helpful clarification not to include net metering as in the statutory definition of stranded costs. The stranded cost recovery charge does recover things other than what is included in the statutory definition. So adding it to that definition, I think is unnecessary and, as has been discussed, could potentially lead to some level of confusion. Just an example of another item that is included in the stranded cost recovery charge that is not a stranded cost, and I think Mr. Roberge touched upon this, but the RGGI rebate that customers receive from the proceeds of sales of RGGI allowances, that does flow back through to all customers through the SCRC. I also think the proposed change to the second section of the bill, offering it to be a bit more expansive to include other non-bypassable charges. I think, again, Mr. Roberge explained some of the benefits to that approach, although, again, Eversource does recover these costs through the SCRC stranded cost recovery charge, so that would not impact us. I guess I'll just leave it there, and I'd be happy to answer obviously more detailed questions about how we calculate the stranded cost recovery charge, in particular net metering expenses and credits. These are filed on an annual basis, changes to the stranded cost recovery charge, and those, as was previously stated, are available on the commission website for public to review.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Licata. Always good to see you as we peer around this speaker. Since you invited us to ask you about how Eversource calculates the charges, that's one thing I'd like to know, along with, do these calculations take into account things such as reduced transmission costs, reduced distribution costs, and also other benefits of net metering?
So the way that Eversource calculates net metering charge included in the SCRC is essentially we take the payments that have been made to customers for their exported energy, which is based on metering data. And then there is a certain group of customers that we actually assume responsibility for their energy. They are compensated at the net metering rate, but we actually resell that energy into the ISO regional wholesale market. The revenues associated with those sales flow back to all customers as a reduction in that first top line expense cost. So the net of those two is the cost associated, is what the rate is based off of. In terms of reductions in transmission or capacity or energy purchases, those would manifest themselves if they occur through those various different components of the bill. So for example, if net metering exports reduce peak demand at a wholesale metering point at the same time that transmission peak is occurring, then all customers would receive a benefit of reduced transmission charges because it's based upon the peak use.
Yes, follow up, but I'd like to make one comment first. We've asked a lot of questions of a technical nature here, and we'll continue to call on for questions, but I would ask that the questions be more oriented towards the bill itself in terms of why is it being moved from one spot to another versus the value of the actual net metering, which is not really the focus of this bill. It's just where it's going to be showed up. So concentrate questions on that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will try to at least orient my question that way. So as I understand it, a customer could actually call up Eversource right now and say, what am I paying for net metering? What part of the stranded cost is net metering? Could a customer also call up and say, what part of the transmission charge am I not paying because of net metering?
So if the customer were to request, what is included in the how much on my bill is associated with energy purchases from net metering, we would point them to the stranded cost recovery charge, probably filing and show them where that is. In terms of showing the direct attributable reduction in transmission peak associated with the aggregate net metering output, that is, to the best of my knowledge, subject to check, not something that we're able to show to customers given current metering and billing systems.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. We've had a similar bill last year now, actually, where we added a charge to the Eversource bill. It was the electricity. I think it was Representative Thomas's bill. Cost of the RPS. And we heard from the utilities that it was going to cost you money to change the bill and everything. Would this bill cost you, not you, but Eversource? You've got to buy the software, you've got to figure out you've got to program it and everything. what is the impact of this bill on ratepayer cost?
Sure. So two quick things there. First, again, I can only speak for Eversource, not the other utilities. So we do recover these costs through the stranded cost recovery charge today as the bill would direct. So this would not change what Eversource is doing today. So there would be no change, so no difference in costs. And the RPS legislation from last year was not actually a bill calculation. It was a change to the bill message. So that's a predefined field, and I think there was sensitivity around not wanting to add costs, which is why it was included in that predefined field. So there wasn't an additional cost associated with that either. Had there, because this goes way back to the original RPS disclosure discussion, had there been a desire for a line item calculation, that would have required significant cost.
Representative Knoll, good to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm thinking of my bill. I have solar panels, and on my bill, it shows the amount of power that I purchase and use, and then the amount of power that I sell. What component, where does the net metering calculation show up in that?
So the costs that are recovered through the stranded cost recovery charge are the payments that we provide to you for energy that you are essentially selling to us, putting back onto the distribution system. So it is the compensation that we are providing you as a customer. So it's the exported credit that you're receiving.
Yes.
And that's based on the PUC tariff rate.
Okay. Follow up?
Follow up, go ahead.
So I'm effectively seeing my net metering charges on my monthly bill at that point.
You are seeing how much you are compensated for that output, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'll call on Representative Ploger next, and then I'll give the last question to Representative McGee, leader.
Thank you. And thank you again, Mr. Licata. If you could humor me. I can see the net metering charge. I'm working off Representative Corman's. And in light of my good friend from Stafford, Representative Harrington isn't here. This is where I'm going with that. So I have my bill, that had a net metering charge. The megawatt that I put out for my array on peak demand would have a price to it, a cost. That same amount of megawatts put out just into the system without a load, would it be the same? Would I see the same cost? Or would the algorithm show me the difference because of lower transmission? Thank you.
So when you're using the term charge, I think you mean credit, correct? So what we're compensating you for that exported energy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that is a rate that is set by the Public Utilities Commission, and it is a flat rate. So whenever you are exporting, whether it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's the same. It is the same level of compensation because it is also based upon the energy service rate, which does not change throughout the day.
Representative McGee, you have the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Licata, for taking my question. So in listening to Representative Noel's example, if you pay the customer generator or the group host and then you sell the excess energy that's on the distribution system to a neighbor, and then you recover the full cost that you paid to the original person, isn't there a benefit, an additional benefit beyond the cost of the energy that accrues to the utility is what I'm saying.
Oh, no. So I'm just trying to follow there because there's a couple steps. So exported energy that we are compensating customers for gets put onto the distribution system. The electrons flow where they're going to flow. And so those are energy purchases that we don't make on behalf of customers from the default service supplier.
Yeah.
And so keep in mind that default service is load following, so we don't sort of pre-buy it up front. It follows customer load. So we are essentially the net metering customers, when they are putting energy onto the distribution system, they are being compensated for that energy at the default service price, and it is essentially being used to supply other customers. There is a subset category of larger, it's a mix of hydroelectric and solar generators, where we compensate them at the net metering price. They're made whole at that price, but we actually take responsibility for their exports and resell that into the market. It's sold at the wholesale price, and that provides a credit back. It's a smaller group. And so any revenues that the utility receives, any purchases that we don't have to make, that all flows back to customers.
Is it just follow
follow
up?
up?
Yeah. Is it, does it get counted as load reduction in terms of like energy you don't have to acquire?
Yeah.
Purchase?
So in terms of the energy service component, it is purchases we don't have to make. It's served by that energy that we're buying from the net metered customer. But that term load reduction gets, sort of broadly applied. So there are other components of the bill as well that, folks discuss applying that to.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Licata. I would like to introduce next Mr. Nick Paul from Clean Energy, who I'm sure he will tell us why he does not want all utilities to put net metering under stranded cost. And he has written testimony as well.
I was very appreciative of you. I will note that I was very brief on that last bill, and I've received 0 cupcakes, so I make no guarantees going forward. HB 1398, as written, would add costs related to the purchase of electricity from customer generators, as permitted by RSA 362-A9 to the definition of stranded costs in New Hampshire RSA 374-424. Clean Energy New Hampshire opposes this bill, as new analysis has found that behind-the-meter solar resources provide a net benefit to all electric customers in New Hampshire and the ISO New England region, regardless of whether those customers participate in net energy metering programs. We at CNH are concerned that this proposal is an example of a particular type of one-sided accounting that has long characterized the arguments of those who oppose allowing net metering to continue, specifically detailing only the costs of this policy while accounting for none of the benefits. Notably, this proposal comes at a time when the concern that there may exist a cost shift, you're all familiar with that term, between net metering participating customers and their non-participating neighbors has now been put to rest by information and analysis that has been presented at the regional and state level. Data that is now available as a result of actual system performance and impact have shown a demonstrable financial benefit to the electric grid from distributed renewable energy systems. As an example of the actual financial benefits of behind-the-meter solar was attested to at a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission meeting on June 20th, 2023, when ISO New England, the New England Regional Grid Operator, released a new analysis that found that Mystic Station, one of the region's largest natural gas-fired power plants fueled exclusively by imported LNG, is no longer needed for reliability. The ISO New England analysis credited stronger than expected growth in distributed solar power as one of the key reasons allowing for this retirement. To be more precise, ISO New England cited the acceleration of behind-the-meter resources on slides 3 and 8 of its explanation for why they are now comfortable with allowing Mystic to shut down. The ISO New England chief operating officer was quoted as saying that ISO New England was surprised to see this amount of substantial winter capacity produced by behind the meter resources. These resources, while intermittent, act as fuel savers. When behind the meter solar is produced during cold winter days, the region's dispatchable resources are able to conserve limited on-site fuel or gas under contract. This means the region can endure longer cold snaps during times of greatest winter system constraint. The economic impact of behind-the-meter solar and energy efficiency resources is significant, as Mystic Station has been operating on the basis of a cost of service agreement since June of 2022, and that agreement had cost New England ratepayers nearly $400 million as of February 2023. Here in New Hampshire, a more precise value of solar and other distributed energy resources are emerging. A broad range of stakeholders have been engaged in evaluation of the value of distributed energy resources for nearly 8 years, beginning with PUC docket number DE 16-576. At the end of that proceeding in 2017, the PUC approved an interim net metering tariff be put in place for new distributed energy resource systems interconnected after September 1st, 2017. For a period of years, while further data is collected and analyzed, pilot programs are implemented and distributed energy resource valuation study is conducted. That study was initially published in October 2022, and an amended version was issued in 2023 to account for significant energy market changes resulting from the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The top line finding in both of these versions was that net metering systems in New Hampshire could result in a modest cost shift to non-participants. In the newest PUC proceeding to take up the question of net metering compensation, that's docket number DE 22-060, both the joint utilities and the New Hampshire Department of Energy introduced testimony that supported extending the existing tariff as this level of cost shift was consistent with the cost shift experienced in other parts of rate setting. However, when CNH's consultants conducted a deep analysis of the model used to perform the DER valuation study, they found that while the model was robust, there were a number of incorrect assumptions being utilized. When those assumptions were updated, not only was the cost shift entirely erased across all customer classes, but the analysis also demonstrated that net energy metering provides an economic benefit not only to those who install distributed energy resources on site, but to customers who don't as well. More specifically, the revised analysis found that the average non-net metering residential customers would experience a 0.4% reduction in their bills between 2021 and 2035, the average non-net metering small and large commercial customer in New Hampshire would see their bills fall by 0.6% and 0.9% respectively. Cumulatively, I always struggle with that word, our analysis finds that net metering results in an average of a net $8 million benefit from non-DER customers each year. Importantly, CNH's updated analysis has not been challenged in the follow-up steps of the proceeding. Finally, we are also concerned that this bill is being brought forth during the active PUC docket that I mentioned before, number DE 22-060. This docket has already been underway for more than a year, has benefited from considerable work over the past 8 years, and includes the full range of stakeholders who are considering the full range of costs and benefits associated with net metering systems, inclusive of energy supply, distribution, and transmission compensation. To the extent that net costs exist, the PUC and stakeholders will be proposing how they are reflected in the final net metering tariffs. That docket is anticipated to conclude contemporaneously with the 2024 legislative session. As electricity consumption is projected to increase in the coming decades, it is appropriate to continue to incentivize these systems as they are the fastest means to expand electric generation over the coming decade as New Hampshire and New England at large await the arrival of new larger sources of electric power and the transmission needed to bring their supply to market. With data in hand showing that the net metering that net metering is resulting in a net cost savings to all customers, regardless of participation in the state's net metering program. And with the state currently gripped by an energy affordability crisis, we find this bill to be unnecessary, and we urge the committee to recommend this bill as inexpedient to legislate. Thank you for bearing with me. Included in your testimony is this nifty chart, which in part demonstrates the findings of that study that I cited. It is also cited directly in my written testimony. Would encourage everyone to take a look at it, and would be happy to follow up with anybody later about questions that they have about it.
Thank you. Before I get to the first question, and I realize we haven't said that, we haven't said this year, but I know we've said before in the past, and you're relatively new coming to this committee, relatively compared to before.
You would like me to not read my testimony?
I would like for people to, if you have written testimony, pass it around first, and then please summarize what's in the written testimony, at least the salient points. Because I think, well, most of us older people can read, so we can probably read that. But thank you anyway, and no reflection. I'm just reminding everybody that comes. I know one person can speak from without even notes. I know.
I certainly can't, but I'll try to be charismatic enough to keep everyone's attention.
No,
when we do
no
that.
problem.
Can he have a cupcake?
Of course he can. He can have
I
two.
don't actually want a cupcake. I have a rule that opening with a joke is always a better policy than not.
I don't think anybody wants to bite into Morby. That's the only thing. It's really okay. Representative Reynolds, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. During it, you referred to two slides that ISO New England showed during a recent FERC proceeding. Are those slides also included in your written testimony, or could they be?
They are cited in a footnote here, and I believe that there is a link. Yep, it will be footnote number 2 on page 2.
Okay, so we could click on that footnote and get those slides. Is that the idea?
If you'd like a digital copy, I will make sure that you can copy and paste, but you can also type it in.
Thank you.
Whichever you like.
If you have a digital copy, if you could just email it to our.
I'm going to
committee.
pass around physical
Yes,
copies now, but if people would
if
like
you do send out
electronic copies.
a digital copy, please make sure you send it to the committee office so that everybody gets it.
You betcha.
Okay. Next, any other questions?
Awesome.
I'll see no other questions. Thank
Thanks,
you very
everybody.
much. Next on Mr. Paul Button from, is it EAU or EDU? EAU. Mr. Button, floor is yours.
Yeah, my name is Paul Button. The company is Energy Audits Unlimited, EAU. It is I'm a small businessman, have my business out of Manchester, New Hampshire, and basically I facilitate owners of alternative energy sources to recover their renewable energy credits. So that's basically who I am. So unfortunately, Representative Summers has left, but she actually said something that I had kind of made a note of here, handwritten, about double dipping. Maybe one of the unintended consequences of this bill. So first of all, I'm not a lawyer and I don't speak legalese. Okay, I'm just a Joe Sixpack schmuck. I speak American. So the way I see it is that the utilities pay money for net power, and then they sell it back to us. And so she had mentioned double dipping. First of all, they do buy the power from the alternative sources. But they don't pay that much for the kilowatt coming off that source. So it's actually cheaper for them to buy the power from alternative source. And if you go back to the adage of, the best energy saved is the energy that's not used. So these guys are making money by not spending money, basically. So then they sell it back to us at increased prices. And so my question is, germane to this committee hearing, what is stranded? For something to qualify as stranded and thus recoverable as stranded, it must be something that, quote, that may not be recoverable once the generation market is open to competition, which is why a cost becomes stranded in the first place. So what exactly are the stranded costs this bill is, or this amendment is referring to? I mean, are we talking power plants? Are we talking distribution infrastructure? Are we talking piles of obsolete, non-nettable meters? And I guess I need to ask a question. I mean, did the utilities actually ask for this bill? As far as I hear, Eversource is neutral. So where did this bill come from? In my opinion, again, it seems to be an attempt by the utilities to write their profit margins into state law. And I won't read this next part because it's okay. And I had mentioned before in previous testimony that I referred to this whole idea of as legalized larceny, and I stand by that. It's legal because it's in the law, and it's larceny because we're dealing with numbers in excess of $1,500. So, basically what's happening is that the lawyers and the lobbyists for the utilities are coming in on a daily basis with motions and appeals and stuff, basically dumping on your desks and stopping you from doing the people's work for which you were elected. This is what happened when RSA 362 was originally enacted. The utilities failed in their attempt to exclude certain clauses in the law that would invoke the ACP, alternative compliance payment. They simply never published any info about REX, which is the focus of my business, but not the focus of this meeting. They never published any info about REC that were created by law, and that same state law said that any unclaimed RECs could be swept by the utilities. Then these found RECs, then grandly listed on the menu and served up to the PUC by a wait staff of these same said armies of corporate flunkies. No offense, anybody in the room, personally, as proof that they are, quote, good green corporate citizens. How convenient, except that the word swept is spelled STOLEN on their menu. And it's listed as a dish called greenwashing with a side of larceny. All right, well, I was going to try to be clever here, but I think I've overdone my time. But just going to say that and again, I'm talking specifically about my business, with the RECs that are no longer attractive investment in solar projects or in general alternative energy assets are, this undermines the structure of a possible distributed generation model, which is anathema to their monopolistic model. Unfortunately for the utilities, grassroots organizations like CPC-NH have offered very reasonable pricing for energy supplied, and the utilities in turn countered with a distribution charge increase. So, to leave it hanging, any questions I guess I'd be willing to answer? No?
Seeing no questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
I'm going to call next on the Honorable Bill Baber up to here. And for those of you that remember that the Honorable Baber was a prior member of this committee, we've been here too long. But welcome back. Good to see you, Mr. Baber, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be back here, I think. I just wanted to make two simple points. And one is, I think it's timing. The PUC has been investigating net metering for net metering 3.0 for some time now, and we'll make a decision on this within your session. And it could grossly reshape, anything that might be done in terms of net metering, and particularly payments. And this might totally be evaporated at that point. So the timing just seems premature to make this change. The other point I wanted to make is that I think transparency is a really noble goal. And I know from 10 years ago that, many of the questions that you're asking today, we were asking then. And the problem is that there is an absence of data. There's an absence of richness on bills so that you can actually understand precisely exactly what you're being charged for or being compensated for. And most of all, there's an absence of rich data that you would be able to make these decisions based on. Where are all these electrons going? Who's generating them? Who's benefiting them? Where are the costs being incurred? It's all about cost, but, trying to find that public data that would support making an intelligent decision on where they ought to be placed is totally absent. So I think that, that's where I would encourage you to spend more time if you have an opportunity in this session. And that's really all I had to say. Thank you.
Let me just say thank you for coming. It was a pleasure to see you back here, Mr. Baber. Good luck to you. Seeing no other speakers, I will be calling on Mr. Clifton Balow, who actually needs no introduction and really needs no notes.
Although I do have written testimony, and with me, if she could join me, is our new Director of Regulatory and Legislative Affairs, Dina Dennis, and she'll contribute a little bit here. I am here to speak on behalf of the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire, which has officially taken a position to oppose this passage of this bill as introduced. But before I explain why, I'd like Dina just to provide a quick update on the coalition, where we are today compared to a year ago when we last appeared before this committee.
Good afternoon, Vice Chairman Thomas, members of the committee. Thank you so much for your time and attention this afternoon. I wanted to just take a minute or two to hopefully provide some helpful context into the reasons for why the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire opposes this bill. So first off, Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire, or CPC-NH, is a governmental instrumentality created to serve member municipal jurisdictions pursuant to a joint powers agreement under RSA 53-A and 53-E. The last time we appeared before this committee, which was before my time, it was Clifton then, we were just 26 members strong. Since then, our membership has doubled. We're now at 53 members, including 6 cities, 45 towns, and 2 counties. We have launched 14 community power aggregation programs in 2023 that serve about 80,000 customers. In 2024, we're preparing to launch about 25 more in the first half of 2024, and then another several toward the latter half of 2024. And this year, CPCNH will become the second largest power supplier in the state. And our member municipalities in total represent about 30% of the state's population. I really want to take a moment to thank the leadership of Chairman Bose and members of this committee and the General Court that in 2021 passed House Bill 315 that completed an important update to RSA 53-E that enabled the launch of community power aggregations and affirming the original 1996 Act finding. Since the coalition's establishment in October 2021, we've sought to ensure equitable treatment of customers, whether they are on competitive supply, community power aggregation service, or utility default service, in order to maximize economic efficiency through competitive markets and realize an affordable, equitable, and sustainable future for all Granite Staters. And just to add a bit more, in the first 5 months of CPCNH's operation, we've saved CPA member customers about $7 million compared to utility default service. And we've accrued about $5 million in joint financial reserves. Just last week, we announced a rate decrease to 8.1 cents, and that's for the rate period beginning February 1st through July of this year for our Granite Basic service. And our price has beat all of the electric utilities, including the co-op. And included with our testimony is a handout that Clifton raised that overviews these rates as well as our current membership. Thank you for the committee's time.
Thank you. And to explain why we oppose this as introduced, I will say I appreciate the desire for transparency, but I think there's some unintended consequences here that you need to grapple with. We believe that this bill is anti-competitive and would foreclose the ability of community power aggregations and competitive electric power suppliers, known as CEPs, to serve net metered customers. It effectively would reverse 28 years of state policy to move away from a monopoly with regard to power supply and eliminate customer choice for those who net metered. I'm sure that's not the intent of the sponsors, but if that's the case and this bill moves forward, then it should be amended to allow costs paid to net metered customers by CPAs, community power aggregations, and CEPs to also be recovered through the stranded cost recovery charge. After all, our rates are lower, so the charges to that would be lower. However, the way it is now, we cannot effectively serve net metered customers. And that's because, in effect, what this bill does is require the socialization of all cost of net metering incurred by the utilities without accounting for any of the benefits or without accounting for most of the benefits or attempting to pair cost and benefits. It moves us away from market-based price signals for net metering. The specific problem in terms of locking in this form of accounting and cost recovery is that it effectively forecloses the implementation of RSA 362A:9 Roman 2 that provides for competitive suppliers and CPAs to determine their own terms and conditions for net metering, and goes on to say, and this is highlighted at the bottom of page 2, such output by net metered customers that are being served by a competitive supplier or an aggregation shall be accounted for as a reduction to the customer generator's supplier's wholesale load obligation for energy supply, net of any applicable line losses adjustments as approved by the commission. Now, the commission hasn't done that, so this requirement has not kicked in yet. We're preparing a petition to ask the commission to make such a determination and to direct the utilities to move forward with this form of accounting. Now, why is that important? And I might add that this notion that competitive suppliers should be able to determine their own terms and conditions for net metered customers and to be able to serve them has been part of the net metering law since it was first enacted in 1998. So, we're 26 years out. And in spite of that, the utilities have not prepared to enable that. They have not acted to enable that. And with regard to that that provision on how they should account for load settlement, it is also echoed in the PUC's rules for community power aggregation. They have not prepared to implement it even more recently. Counting exports to the grid by net meter customers as an offset to the power that is otherwise purchased from ISO New England is essential to any market design that wants to enable competitive suppliers, CPAs or SEPs, to serve net metered customers and to account for actual benefits along with the actual cost. If we don't account for those benefits that these resources produce, which includes a reduction for a competitive supplier, such as a CPA, includes a reduction to what would otherwise have to be supplied from the regional grid and the corresponding energy, ancillary service, and generation capacity costs. If we don't get credit for those exports to the grid, then we can't afford to compensate customers. We don't have access to the mechanism where we say we can just charge this to all customers, whether they're our customers or not. We would have to, any compensation we paid without getting any credit for those exports would have to be subsidized by other customers. And we can't do that and be fair and equitable to all of our customers. On the other hand, when utility load settlement systems are changed to account for exports to the grid by net metered customers of competitive suppliers, then enactment of this bill as introduced would create a windfall for the utility default service customers by requiring our customers to subsidize the utility default service customers, creating undue cost shifting and a competitive disadvantage for any supply alternative to utility default energy service. And you might say, well, why is that? I detail an example, and I'll just sort of outline it here. If you took, for a given hour, for instance, for a supplier, or which could be a CPA or the utility default service, if their group of customers were to consume 1,000 megawatt hours during that hour, and they had net metered customers who exported 100 megawatt hours to the grid, then the effect on the regional transmission grid, where there is a meter, would see that they're only supplying 900 megawatt hours from the ISO New England bulk market to the distribution system. However, under the current utility processes, oops, I turned in the wrong direction. They don't account for those exports to the grid. They convert, it's a 2-channel meter, measures movement of energy in both directions. When they see exports to the grid, that channel, they take and convert all those exports to the grid to 0. And that's actually the number they give us. They say we've had some net metered customers who signed up. We've tried to avoid enrolling them because we have to warn them we can't compensate them. But where they have shown up, they show up as zeros when they export to the grid. And they don't account for that as an offset to the power we otherwise have to provide. So for the past 25, 28 years, competitive suppliers have simply not tried to serve net metered customers because they have to tell them we can't give you any credit because we don't get any credit from the utility. We still have to buy all the kilowatt hours we deliver, no credit for the exports to the grid. But if the statute that says you shall account for it in this way for us is implemented, first of all, the utilities, Eversource at least, has said that cannot be done unless it's done for all suppliers. We can't do it for competitive suppliers and CPAs and use exports to the grid to offset what you have to buy, unless we also do that for default service. And if they did it for default service, that would be great. So in that case, we'd only have to buy 900 kilowatt hours from ISO New England, and we could afford to compensate the other 100 kilowatt hours or megawatt hours that we get from net metered customers because we're actually selling 1,000. The same thing for utility default service. If the utility default service was only had to buy 900, but they were selling 1,000, but the cost to compensate for that 100 megawatt hours from net metered customers is shifted out of default service, then you've created a situation where the cost to serve them beyond the actual cost has gone down. And those costs are being recovered from all ratepayers. So our ratepayers would be subsidizing a discount on the utility default service rate because you're only accounting for the purchase of 900 megawatt hours instead of 1,000. And that would tilt the overall competitive market to favor utility default service over any other option and could destroy competitive electricity supply market in New Hampshire. Alternatively, and more likely to happen, is we would just, CPAs and SEPs would just say we cannot compensate you even at all. So they would stay on utility default service. Which would result in a destruction of customer choice for customers who net meter or want to. And that's a significant number of customers. We have had, there are hundreds of customers within just the 14 communities where we've launched that net meter who want to be on community power supply. But we have to tell them we can't serve them at this point in time until we fix these problems. To move on, as previously stated, this seems to be a solution in search of a problem. All this is already enabled in current statute. The PUC is considering some of the very same issues that this provokes in their current net metering proceeding. And just as an example, we filed testimony in that proceeding to suggest that going forward, or to recommend that going forward, new net metered customers after September 1st of this year should be compensated at less than the full default service rate. They should be compensated in a manner that is comparable to what is being paid to the supplier of default service. So and that way, there wouldn't be any cost that you have to shift into stranded cost recovery because you would just be compensating the net metered generation for the cost that it's actually avoiding. You're only needing 900 megawatt hours from the supplier rather than 1,000 because you're getting 100 from net metering. So that is sort of a concept going forward. And we've proposed that if you can reduce this to your actual avoided cost, and the delta is primarily cost not related to the supply of power, it's related to the consumption of power, like RPS compliance costs, the cost to administer default service, working capital for default service. If you exclude those from the compensation, then not only have you sort of reduced that mismatch between cost and benefit in this category, but you've also, what you could do is take any excess such costs from existing net metered customers and recover that. That would be appropriate to put in the stranded cost recovery charge because it's cost in excess of benefits. It would also undermine the utility obligation that currently exists in the language around stranded costs that says utilities have had and continue to have an obligation to take all reasonable measures to mitigate stranded costs. You might as well repeal that if you're going to pass this as introduced, because In effect, the best way for utilities to mitigate these costs is to enable us and competitive suppliers to serve net metered customers. And then they become our customers, and they're not compensating them for the energy value of their output to the grid. And you've just taken that whole cost out of the equation for stranded costs. The law also says stranded costs should be determined on a net basis. That's not what this bill does. It's all costs, no transparency or accounting for benefits. And they should be consistent with promotion of a fully competitive market, which this kind of goes in the opposite direction. We're moving away from competitive markets and saying we're going to lock into law that all the costs for net metering are, at least for utilities, is socialized. All the benefits are socialized. And in effect, it's going to be a monopoly function of the distribution utility. Finally, I want to reiterate that 28 years of New Hampshire policy development has been to try to steer us towards more competitive markets, economic efficiency, innovation, and customer choice in electricity supply. That would all be undermined or nullified by the enactment of this bill as introduced. And there's various quotations there towards the bottom of page 5 and page 6. And of course, it's sort of antithetical to our Constitution, our very Constitution of this state that calls for free and fair competition in the trades and industry as an inherent and essential right of the people that should be protected against all monopolies. What this bill does is memorialize and institutionalize net metering as a monopoly for the distribution utility. I don't think that's the direction we should be going in. So you should just be aware that you're kind of undoing a policy direction. Now, I'll admit we haven't really realized the appropriate, fully appropriate way to compensate net metering or to enable, others to serve. But we're trying to move in that direction, particularly in the current net metering proceeding. So I just, ask that you let that play out. We've put an inordinate amount of effort to try to resolve this issue because it is the single biggest issue that our local communities are getting feedback in the public hearings on launching community power aggregation, which is, are you going to be able to serve net metered customers? And the answer is we intended to. The law actually says we have to explain how we're going to serve net metered customers in our aggregation plans that have to be approved by the PUC. But they all assume, number one, the utilities are going to give us the data. And number two, that they're going to account for these exports to the grid as an offset to the power we otherwise have to procure. So the final thing I want to say is that this notion that that we're not accounting for the benefits is literally true in the net metering proceeding. I thought a fairly simple discovery question that we needed to know for our testimony and to calculate benefits is how many kilowatt hours are exported to the grid by net metered customers. And none of the utilities could tell us. They could tell us, we can tell you how much we paid them, but we can't tell you how many kilowatt hours they exported to the grid. And as we've gotten to the load discussion, we've also discovered they have no analytics whatsoever on how net metering affects load shapes. So if a customer shows up and they're only showing 5 kilowatt hours, and we know that they're showing that for the whole month because most of it was offset by net metering, they just assume that any offset was over all hours of the day, 24/7, and just pushes down their whole load shape for the entire month based on class average load shape, which is obviously not true. That's part of the problem. And I think a number of parties in this proceeding were really surprised that they've made no attempt to analyze the impact of net metering. And so you might say, well, does this, how is this benefit that is real occur? And it's because I think Mike Licata explained a bit of it. It actually does reduce except for the approximately 100 systems that resell the power into the ISO New England market. For all the other thousands, literally thousands, I forget the total number, but it's thousands of net metered customers in New Hampshire. They all function as load reducers. So they reduce the amount of power we're buying from ISO New England, and they reduce, if they produce at monthly coincident peaks, they reduce our transmission charges. And they do that, PV does it for at least 5 months of the year. The coincident peaks are daylight hours. And as referenced, ISO New England has studied this because they got access to tens of thousands of net metered data, including on a state-specific data basis, which we suggested maybe we could use that to try to understand how this impacts load shapes. But instead, that doesn't occur, and they treat it as literally unaccounted for energy, along with some other stuff that's not accounted for because it's difficult to do, and it gets buried in something called the residual, that is not a published number. It's unknown to anybody, basically, because it's figured for every hour of the year. There's a residual, which is the fudge factor to try to make retail loads match up with what is actually measured coming off the transmission grid. And we did ask a question in Discovering, we learned something. They publish line losses and they say, oh, they're around 7%. So if you figure, if you're a supplier and you have retail load, figure that's going to have to be grossed up by 7%, because if your customer consumes 100 kilowatt hours, you need to actually buy about 107 from the ISO New England market because of line losses along the way. And we said, well, what is the actual effective settlement? And Eversource and Unitil came back and said, well, actually, for last year, it was only about 4.4%. And that's the first time I think that number's ever been public. And so that delta, some chunk of it is, and that's 24/7, some chunk of that delta between 4.4 and what's probably the real line losses is this unaccounted for energy, but they can't break it out. So that's the issue. So we would hope that you would perhaps hold on to this bill for interim study, or considering amending it so it allows us to also socialize our cost if we're going to stick with socializing all the benefits, or limit this requirement to only those costs that are in excess of benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balo. I do have a question, but before I ask the question, my only comment is, had you been reading your testimony, I'm not sure we would have been able to see you. Not sure how high that stack might have been on the
Right.
Well done.
It's all right here. All my testimony in the net metering proceeding, that might be true. That was about 40 pages long.
So I'll take the liberty of asking a question. So how, you mentioned that transparency is, you didn't say, quote, wonderful thing, but it is a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
How would you approach net metering to become more transparent in a nutshell?
I guess from a legislative point of view, you could ask for, because they do a lot of things on an annual basis. These reconciliations, stranded cost recovery reconciliation, all that is done on an annual basis. Is you could ask in conjunction with that the utilities report and publish on their website what the cost incurred were, but also they should try to estimate what the benefits are. You know, they should add up those kilowatt hours that are exported to the grid and figure out how much that translates into in terms of power that's not being purchased from ISO New England that's buried in this residual number. They should, using the best available data, which I would suggest ISO New England has a pretty robust effort to try to quantify what the effect of behind the meter generation is, having obtained access to thousands of data points from net metered systems, and they actually calculate it on a state-specific basis. The utilities could use, or Department of Energy could use that data to estimate, based on the production in New Hampshire, or the specific New Hampshire analysis that ISO New England does, how much of that power is reducing our coincident peak demand and consequently transmission costs. and how much of it is being used, how much occurs at the annual coincident peak, which, historically has always been a summertime daylight hour. It's late in the afternoon on hot days, typically, hot weekdays. And ISO New England has estimated that for states specifically. That could be published so that you actually have a published report on what are the costs and what are the benefits that can be quantified.
Thank you. I will approve my own follow-up question. Do you believe that they could do that at no cost to them?
Could they do that within existing resources? Or are they going to have to hire somebody to do it? It is obviously going to take somebody some time to do that, just like it would to comply with this law. Although, as stated, Eversource already does it this way. And I should mention just Unitil. I can't remember if the external delivery charge is separately listed, but it's a subset of their delivery charge, which is on the bill. It shows up on bills. It's just a little buried, just like this as a component of stranded costs. I don't think the incremental cost would be, personally, I can't see why it would be a big cost unless you don't start with ISO New England data is better than no data as a good starting point. I mean, I will say that one representative of Eversource recently said to us that they think that if they were that they should take, that if they were going to try to actually understand the impact of net metering on load shapes, they should go to the commission and get approval from the commission to do a load study, meaning putting in some meters like they do to come up with load profiles now, and try to spend 2 years to collect data to understand this. It's a little odd because under normal operations, they've always had an obligation to try to understand load shapes of their customer base because the vast majority of Eversource customers do not have interval metering, so they only read the meter once a month. So they use a certain number of research meters where they put in interval meters, maybe for 100 customers or some number of customers as a small sample, and they use those load research meters as a proxy for what everybody's load shape in the entire residential customer class or the small business customer class. Only the very largest customers do they have interval meters where actually individual customers have their own individual load shapes that are knowable. So I guess the question is, it might not cost too much, but then again, I can't speak for the utilities or DOE.
Thank you. Representative Reynolds, question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Clifton, for your thorough and informative testimony. But I'm a little confused. Isn't the kind of data that was the basis for the much, long-awaited and much heralded and much talked about DER study, and the data that was the basis for the ISO's presentation to FERC that the previous witness from Clean Energy New Hampshire talked about? Isn't that data the basis for those DER study and the presentation to FERC? Doesn't that exist already? And
it does.
About benefits of net metering?
My understanding, and read it pretty carefully. The Dunsky report does use a bunch of that data that ISO New England has collected that is specific to New Hampshire, and the way they've had a DER sort of work group for over a decade now, and they've developed this methodology. And my understanding is the one way they did it, they contacted one or more of the big inverter manufacturers who have a lot of inverters because PV produces at direct current and converts it to alternating current. And most of those systems report, I can pull out my phone and I can look at the inverter data that shows what my system is producing in any given hour, for that matter. And I actually have a revenue grade metering that also I can match it against and see that, yeah, that's a real number. So what ISO New England did is they talked to these manufacturers, they probably paid them some money, and they said, can you give us aggregate data on your thousands of inverters so we can see actually what they produce, and we can correlate that with weather conditions and everything else. And they've developed a fairly robust model that they're constantly correcting on a month. I don't know if it's monthly, but it's at least monthly, if not more frequently. They take that real-time data that's coming in from I forget the number, I cited it in our testimony. Tens is well over 10,000, thousands of data points for PV systems in New England. They take that and match it against what actually happened on the system. And so when you go to the ISO New England app right this minute, you can actually see a curve when you look at the demand chart. There's a little orange line at the top of it, which shows what the demand would be in New England absent behind the meter solar. And they break that down by state. So that's part of what Dunsky used. Some of that data does come from the utilities. The utilities have provided them data about how many systems, they've estimated what the size of those systems are, and then ISO New England has correlated this with all this data that they're collecting, which is aggregated data. They don't get individual system data, but they get it aggregated by state, and they're using it to develop a pretty good model that they have a high confidence as being reasonably accurate.
I think you've answered that question thoroughly.
Sorry.
Do you have a pertinent follow-up? Okay.
You right at the end there, you said pretty high. They've developed this model that they have pretty high confidence. This is ISO New England.
Yes.
So confident that they were willing to go to FERC and say it's okay if Mystic Generating Station right there in Boston Harbor, fueled by natural gas, if it's okay if we let that system shut down, if we let that plant shut down, the region will still have adequate resources because of the presence of so much distributed generation and net metering.
Let's answer that question as it pertains to this bill, please.
Well, just quickly, that plant was what was called reliability must run. Representative Harrington could tell you there's a lot of history there. It's above market. It's costing people to keep that plant running. And what ISO New England, they had the confidence in that data set. So that's the nub of the question, that they could go in and say with a straight face that there's enough distributed generation in New England that is producing, even in the wintertime, that it helps with the problem. And just so you know, the problem is that we have limited pipeline capacity. So on very cold days, gas-powered plants, which rely on just not paying for transportation because they buy it at a discount because it's surplus 98% of the time, they come up short and sometimes aren't running. But what I understand ISO New England found is there's enough output from distributed generation, even on cold winter days, that it conserves enough fuel so that they've, most of these power plants now have petroleum that they can aerosolize to when they don't have gas, or they have propane that they can inject or whatever. But the point was that we now have enough capacity that we can get through extreme cold snaps without that power plant because of the amount of output from distributed generation. Even though it's not precisely at the same time, it helps those power plants extend the power supply, the fuel supply that they have on hand to meet extreme weather conditions.
Thank you. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I'd like to bring it back to, we're going to be execing this bill tomorrow. And I always appreciate the authority that you bring to the chair in answering our questions around what's going on with energy in New England. But the thing that struck me about your testimony is, I was here for HB 315. I understand that part of the impetus for the House and Senate supporting that bill and it getting signed into law was the fulfillment of competition in service of lowering people's bills, right? It's so that the competitive piece. And what I'm hearing from your testimony is that it appears that that competition will be edged out in some way because you can't compete if we provide advantages to the utilities that are not afforded to those other people who are currently, that we put in place to provide competition. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes.
Is it, so,
That's accurate.
okay, so we would be undermining our own efforts there.
Right. And furthermore, I've just got to say this. I'm sorry, I haven't graphed it yet, but in Discovery, what we could see is there's a pretty steep ramp in the last few years of customers, of growth in net metering, both absolute numbers of customers and in the capacity. And our communities, and our local energy committees are aware of a multitude of sites that would be suitable for net metering, up to a megawatt or up to 5 megawatts, that we would like to be direct off-takers for. We would like to say, we're getting part of our power from a local renewable energy resource. They're not on utility default service, so it's no cost to the utility default service customers. They're our customer generators, and we would like to be able to use that output to offset what we otherwise have to buy. And that's actually what happens from a physics point of view. But that is what would get precluded because modifying the load settlement for us and for the utility default service, when we recover our costs from our customers, but they recover their costs, whether they're in excess of the benefits or not, from all customers. So it's an uneven playing field that we can't compete against. So we would, unless you said, okay, if we compensate net metered at the same or a lower rate than the utilities do, we can put that in the stranded cost recovery charge. Then we can say, well, at least we can compensate you, even though we don't get the benefit for it. Everybody will get the benefit for it but we won't be able to tell you what it is because it's buried in this residual. I mean, I guess that's if we don't change the system. If we do change the system, then I think we should still be able to serve net metered customers.
I think your answer was yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. It's late and I'm rambling.
Representative Munns. I'll take the last question from Representative Munns.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I want to try to summarize what I think I've heard here, and hopefully you can tell me whether I'm on the right path or not. What we heard testimony earlier, and I think you were here for that basically said that this bill, as it's written, doesn't change anything from the way things are being done right now.
Right.
That all it does is codify that in law. And what I'm hearing from you, I think, is that there's a lot of stuff that we do right now that really is not in the best interests of aggregate power, but, from a public policy point of view, the state as a whole. And my guess is that your concern is that if this bill passes, it makes it just that much harder to address those concerns.
Yes.
And then as a follow-up,
go ahead.
What you're really, I think, looking for is a bill to address some of the underlying problems that goes way beyond what this bill is intended to do.
Well, no, I'm not asking you to try to amend this bill to do something different. I'm just saying if you're going to do it, you either need to limit the mandate to those costs that are in excess of benefits so that they can be matched and paired up, or if you're concerned about transparency, there may be another way to get the transparency that's even more transparent and also lets people know that there actually are benefits that could be quantified.
But it's changing the status quo.
Right.
Okay.
And I just want to say is it's because this treating these exports as zero for load settlement purposes is why this competition has not happened so far. You know, when a year ago, we were fully expecting that we would be able to serve net metered customers. We had a plan for how we would compensate them and all that stuff until we found out that we weren't going to get any data except for zeros, and that there
think
was
you've answered the
no
question, Mr. Beal.
plan to be able to address that law that says you shall settle the load as an offset. And just my final comment is that is one of the questions that's in the net metering statute that the commission is directed to answer, which is, should we change load settlement for default service as well to count those exports to the grid as an offset to what the supplier has to otherwise purchase from ISO New England? This bill would preempt the commission from answering that question that the legislature told them to answer.
Thank you. I believe we've covered the subject. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Balo, for your very thorough presentation. I thought we were sitting in the PUC right now, but thank you very much. I have no further speakers, so I will declare this public hearing. Well, we haven't done the others yet. I would like to get it all at the same time. I'm going to leave that up to the chair as to when he wants it presented on that one here. With that, the public hearing on 1398 is closed. It's back over to Chairman Vose.
All the business we have to conduct today, we will resume activity tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with 2 more public hearings, followed by a work session and then an executive session. Thanks to everyone for attending today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, there are cupcakes up here. Help yourself.
I was just on the open mic.